ESL presents ESL Challenger League in partnership with Intel, Acer Predator, DHL,
All right, welcome everybody. We're here for ESL Challenger League Season 51 in South America Cup number 2. It's myself, Laz, and Paladin here to bring you through the action here in the lower bracket finals for a very exciting matchup here in South America. Paladin, how are we feeling on this fine day?
It's been a bit, Laz, but I'm excited to be back and you know, we're straight into things with this consolidation final. I mean, I feel like for both of these teams, huge chance to jump up in the standings, get some serious cash under their pockets as well. And of course, if you have an opportunity to potentially play for a spot at ESL Pro League, that's everything, right? So really looking forward to these two teams that have a lot to play for in the grand scheme of things. When you think about the type of tournaments that they play, this is basically the pinnacle for them. And so I'm very looking forward to, like, if they've got any pocket strats, how they're going to kind of approach this series altogether. And of course, when I talk about cash, I'm talking about 8,000 at the end of this whole charade. And I mean, I'm excited to see who comes out on top. Of course, Shinden, probably the favorites in this cup, but Dash, Uno Mille, both hot under the collar to see if they can get that as well.
Yeah, definitely. And again, like, the good thing you bring up too is the fact of, you know, like the prize pools you guys can see on the screen here. But for this matchup too, since we're in that lower bracket final, essentially whoever loses this situation is essentially putting themselves in that third place, you know, placement, which means it's still walking away with a little bit of change. It's not too shabby at all. So it's a lot of question marks of who's going to be able to push things over into the, you know, the bracket situation, and who's going to be able to get that spot for the grand final, which makes things even more interesting in this kind of regard. And you can see here the brackets pulled up, and this is kind of just looking at the situation that we're currently in the far right, where we're going to have Uno Mille taking on LP/Dash. But it's been kind of a road to get here, and very interestingly as it is, just because there is some really good talented teams in the South American region that's, you know, kind of in this placement, and so far kind of feels like everything's in place. But I'm still kind of putting a little bit of a, you know, this one seems like it could be not a one-sided affair, but it definitely has a bit more of a lean to it.
Yeah, I mean, you think about the teams in this bracket. You look at Bounty Hunters, Players, Game Hunters, Keyed Stars, so many different rosters that you kind of expected to be in the conversation here in the later goings of that lower bracket, but that's not to be. It's actually Shinden kind of running through all of the competition. It's probably as good of a bracket run as you could ask from them, and they are our first grand finalists that are locked in Cup number 2. And I think that they've very smartly made some key roster moves to help soften the blow of who they had before, and now they're looking to see if they can capitalize on a potential Pro League spot, or at least inch closer to that. On the other side of things, LP, Uno Mille, they're also vying for that spot, that second grand final spot. And to me, I think this is a little bit more of a coin toss when you think about who's going to be able to challenge. Of course, yes, we're going to lean towards Dash just a little bit more in terms of the head-to-head, but when you put yourselves in a pressure-filled scenario like this, it feels like there's a little bit more in terms of anything can happen. That like chaos factor is definitely there.
Yeah, it definitely is. And like you said, I think, you know, LP is essentially Dash, right? So we're calling them LP, of course. But yeah, like, it does feel like in this kind of a matchup, there is a bit more of a lean for these guys, because when you're kind of talking about their roster, like, when I look at it, I mean, you can talk about even just the basics of the stats, is that these guys are all really, really strong, right? Like, I mean, they're, you know, just kind of looking at the general ratings and just the amount of firepower they bring into this, it's very well, you know, aggressive in the sense of, you know, against a team like Uno Mille. So I do feel like LP, you know, again, with the experience they've had being together for quite some time now, it seems like, feels like it's going in the right direction, in the right placements. Now it's just about them kind of getting the run through into the lower bracket. Can they actually get over that piece to getting them in that, you know, grand final kind of a situation?
Yeah, these guys have been in the conversation for quite some time, and even some of these players. I mean, you think about the Galleries players, and Allison Divine. Galleries haven't doing a lot in terms of the South American space, and punching above their weight in a lot of different qualifiers. And you kind of mix that with the Nitro core, and you've got LP here. And as you can see, they've gotten some pretty solid wins. A win over Fluxo, who, yes, they're in turmoil, but you look at the individuals on that roster, and you still say that that's a solid win in terms of the reputation for them. You look at Fake Debiru, another team that's in that kind of tier 3, tier 2 Brazilian space, and all of a sudden you kind of talk yourselves up to saying LP is one of those teams that you kind of expect to be in that grand final alongside Shinden, just with the quality of players that they have, the quality of the results that they have, and honestly, with how much they've been playing in these LAN environments, frankly, it's the reason why they're in this lower bracket in the first place. They were having to forfeit because they were out of LAN in Brazil. That Brazilian LAN experience is worth so much, and I think that these guys can utilize that to their advantage moving forward in this matchup here.
Yeah, I couldn't agree with you more. I definitely think so. And the piece kind of moving into for Uno Mille too, like we were kind of just talking about how the LP's roster is really well balanced, and everybody seems to be fitting nicely. I feel like this could be an unpopular opinion potentially. Well, we'll see. But I mean, when I kind of look at the team here, as you can see, all these players have Broken, Remix, CLD, LTZ, and for Clone 7, right? I mean, this is where I kind of put LTZ as just the heaviest player. Like, I mean, you pretty much are relying on him to be the big carry in this team. Otherwise, I feel like the results are going to kind of fluctuate quite a bit, right? I mean, we're talking a 1.20 rating where everybody else on his team is sitting at the maximum, a 1.04. And like when we talk about KD differences and ratios, like this guy is well and above his team. So I love that we get to see like I almost want to kind of say like a superstar in the making, maybe potentially, but that's where I'm a little bit nervous for a team like this with these results in place, as we can see on the graphic here with the 2 zeros and, getting some decent wins. It does kind of worry me a little bit that we have to heavily rely on one player to, really pop off.
Yeah, at the very least, we'll have a little bit of a talent show for ourselves to see if he can kind of pass the test. And I think I'm very curious to see what LTZ provides in the server today. But you look at their recent results, they're getting the job done against the competition that they're expected to. I think a win over Keatstar is pretty nice, don't get me wrong. But a loss against Bounty Hunters, and actually a loss against Keatstars previously and players as well. So these are kind of the gatekeepers, I would say, into tier 2 Brazil, and I don't think that Uno Mille has passed that test consistently just yet when you compare it to the likes of LP and the kind of experience that they've garnered. So there's definitely that experience gap between these two rosters that we'll have to really take a look at when we get into those crunch time situations, 10-10, 11-11 type situations. And these are the two players that you're kind of looking at to kind of break the mold and see if they can be that X factor in those late game situations. LTZ, of course, as we previously mentioned, is that hard carry for this team across the board. And on the other side, you've got a couple of pretty solid win conditions. Allison's one of them. Leo Monster's another player that comes to mind. So I think for them, when I paint the picture, the more we talk about it, the more we kind of slowly lean the way of LP, and that's just simply because of the map pool strength that they have, the multiple win conditions they have in terms of the players, and then that experience that they also have gained over the past few months.
Yeah, and it's kind of leans into a little bit of the, for Uno Mille, we can see kind of their map presence and like the overall stats. When you kind of look at this in the like third eye, perspective, this isn't that bad, right? I mean, we're talking about Mirage, not the greatest with a 4 and 5. You kind of have Anubis that's still kind of sitting in a 1 and 2 scenario, so clearly a map they're not really loving to play. But all in all, this isn't bad stats for a team like this, where it's relatively like 4 and 2s, 5 and 2s, and things like that. So I don't mind this. Like this is it could be a lot worse, to be honest, because we definitely really emphasized a lot about LP and what they're bringing to the table in terms of like the firepower, the team, the chemistry, and just kind of their overall map stats that we're going to be able to show you guys in just a minute here too. So that's where a lot of it does, like you said, slowly lean in the favor of LP, and it kind of feels like this is their game to potentially, lose, really, if that's the case.
Yeah, absolutely, and we'll have the features up on your screens now. Obviously, the permabans coming through between Ancient and Anubis for both Uno Mille and LP. And if you're LP, you've got a lot of places that you can go towards. If you want to go towards comfort, you absolutely can. If you want to go into punish pick territory, you absolutely can do that as well. And we'll see what Uno Mille decide to opt in for first, considering they don't really have too many routes to go through with. I'm thinking that they'd probably opt in for Nuke. That's just the thing that screams out to me the most. But, I mean, it's a bit of a toss-up here. They're going to go into Dust 2, which I think is fine. You know, if you want to be a little bit more looser with it. It is their most played map in the pool, and I think that comfort is definitely something you want to lean into in a matchup like this. But LP aren't slouches on this map, Laz, and that's the kind of interesting part of this. The Nuke pick is also very curious. Don't necessarily feel like that might have been the right play. Inferno, wide open, overpass, also a viable punish pick option, and they decided to go into a third string kind of situation. I mean, it'll be interesting to see if that comes back to bite them, but as of right now, it feels like Uno Mille have a little bit of an edge in this veto, all things considered.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. Like, I definitely think the first pick going for Dust 2 is kind of interesting, just in the sense that, like you said, both these teams have actually played them, you know, pretty consistently, and they actually have pretty strong stats in, you know, against each other, not against each other, but playing this map in total. Nuke is a little bit surprising, a little bit that this is kind of, you know, flipped through, but I mean, it really is going to come down to what the final map could be, because like you said, I mean, I feel like Overpass would be a huge, you know, win in the sense of LP in terms of map stats, but if he goes into Inferno, which it looks like it's going to, that, you know, statistically still looks really good on paper for LP, but I don't think it's actually as terrible for Uno Mille, because I mean, they're still sitting at, you know, 10 officials on this. They're at about, you know, give or take about, you know, a 6-4 record on this. They've been able to have some like moderately decent results. They played LP on this map before as well, so it's a bit interesting to me, but I do feel like LP is still a bit in the advantage, but I do think that Uno Mille actually have kind of put themselves in an interesting conversation with this veto in my perspective.
Yeah, probably the best position they can put themselves in, period, with the kind of card stacked against them, as it will, with this map pool specifically. If you're LP, I think you've really got to set the tone with this. I feel like there's a lot more pressure on this Dust 2 than things might have previously seemed. I mean, of course, you've still got that Nuke in your back pocket, and we'll see how well versed Uno Mille is on this map. Of course, that is their least played map in the pool, behind Anubis and Ancient. And so maybe that's the kind of thing that they're trying to go through with. You have a limited sample size that you can kind of go through, and you can very easily suss out what Uno Mille have in store for themselves on that map there. But very curious to see how Dust 2 turns out. I think this is going to really tell a story and a prologue of sorts of how this series is going to unfold, and I'm excited to see which way the cards do fall.
Yeah, no, absolutely, I do too. I think it's, you know, I feel like it's one of those like cliche lines, but I think it is going to come down to the first map that really could be the determining factor of this, right? Because if we see Uno Mille put themselves in a position of finding Dust 2, I mean, this is where I do think a 3-map series is very well on the docket. I do think that if we see LP being able to find Dust 2 in their favor, I mean, for me anyways, I would think that it gives them a bigger advantage, you know, statistically and on paper, where they could get this thing to be a 2-0, but that's where we're going to have to wait and find out. Look, we're going to take a little bit of a break. We could rant about this all day, but we're going to give you guys a couple minutes to get ready, and we'll see you back on Dust 2 in just a few minutes. Okay, we promised you a little bit of a break. We held our bargain here, Paladin, and we're ready to go for map number 1. And anybody just joining now, we're in the lower bracket final. So winner gets to move on. They get to go into a grand final. And the loser, they finish with a 3rd place, making a little bit of money.
Yeah, the little bit of money is nice, but even more cash and a Pro League spot. Not even a Pro League spot, just a chance to actually be among the teams that can potentially attend Pro League. That alone is just a very exciting prospect for all 10 of these players in the server today. And now, we get to start off this consolidation final with LP taking on Uno Mille here on Dust 2. This is the pick of Uno Mille. Wasn't necessarily expected to have this kind of a veto when we looked at the map pool between these two teams, but Dust 2 being the playground for Uno Mille, I'm sure they'll be happy with that. And having a chance with Nuke waiting in the wings in our second map of play is also an interesting change of scenery as well. So for both of these squads, namely Uno Mille, I think they'll be very happy with this veto.
Yeah, I think so too. Like, I mean, this, you know, we always kind of talk about, like, with a team that the cards are kind of against them, right? We always say the veto obviously is going to make a huge difference. I think we're both on the same page that, you know, for Uno Mille, this veto actually did work out relatively pretty good here. Like, I think there's still that, you know, 51-49, I would still put a slight lean if I was going to, you know, really put an edge on this for LP, but I think Uno Mille definitely have themselves a great opportunity, especially Dust 2, just considering this is a strong map for both these teams. We're about to find out here and now to see who's going to be able to lead the charge in the series.
Offensive start here for Uno Mille, instantly throwing out that mid-util. Just an Xbox smoke to start things off, but no need to blow it open. So information still firmly in the arms of Uno Mille, and they're waiting for aggression. That aggression that is coming in through the long doors, but Allison is the one that strikes first.
Yeah, that's a good kill. So now Remix kind of debating, you know, hesitating on this duel, but now there's the CTs on the left, the front, on the right. They don't know where to go. It's one of them going to be, you know, for Clone is going to be able to push himself into Cat. He's been able to make a bit of a distraction here. Now these CTs, they're starting to retreat a little bit on this attack. Blocks are finally making a little bit of a connection, but that's going to be a quick trade out. Now Remix and CLD, they have a lot of work ahead of them. They have themselves a free site, theoretically, but they got to get that bomb down instantly here because these CTs, they're hot in the tails. They're getting close. This could be potentially a little problematic in this kind of a situation, depending on if they're going to actually commit to the plant. It's a swing from CLD, and look at this. Even Remix is going to go for a bit of a gunfight. A knife hit out too. Why not? This is nuts. And all of a sudden, this thing is just turned around. The 1v1 duel. Ammo is getting low into the chamber. He's still got the bomb, so Paladin, he can actually just hightail and get on out of here.
Oh my goodness, absolute pandemonium to start this one out, and Divine still thinking that he's going to double back, but CLD has made it into the A bomb site. He'll get that bomb down, and there will be no kit here for Divine on the retake, so he's going to have to hustle on over through CT spawn, and he's going to have to find this kill and the defuse with a full 10 seconds. He spotted out CLD, but CLD's moved all the way back in a pit. This is just supremely well played here from the T player. And of course, the cross comes in. And while Divine tries to figure out where CLD has gone off to, he realizes he's taken way too much time off the clock. And he'll never be able to get this defuse down. It's just carnage throughout this pistol, but Uno Mille get to start off the right way.
Wow, that's a crazy round to go in the favor for Uno Mille. Like, that was, again, I think that came down to like a 2v4, if I'm not even mistaken. So the fact they were able to pull through is the 2-on-3. Just kidding, math's hard. But I love that they like kind of go for the fake plan in this situation. The fact that CLD can get this knife kill is just, is like you said, pandemonium this whole round. But that's going to be looking good for him because he was sitting himself at, I think it was like 5,300 in that second round. So you can see that these guys are going to heavily invest into this. They're not going to hesitate on this. They're going to put money where the mouth is to see what they can be able to grab up some rounds. And now it's a question of LP. What do they want to do? They actually put ZMB on the rifle, kind of complement this around. So they're going to put a lot of investment into this considering it didn't go their way.
Yeah, I like the favorites playing towards their own strengths, backing themselves in the mechanical department. Very passive stance here from Uno Mille, though. not wanting to give up really anything here. Now they'll actually garner in some mid control, having a chance to look at this cat play. Angle spotted, but Remix with a flick over 90 degrees. And that A1S is going to have to get swapped on over to Allison's hands.
Yeah, that was a great shot. I mean, a little bit of a slow reaction from ZMB because you could tell that he was just waiting for lower. He wasn't really expecting anything from short or onto the mid alleyway at all. So a great little bit of an opening duel here for Uno Mille to put themselves in a strong position. Now Leo Monster looking like he might want to toy the idea of just kind of pushing through B tunnel, maybe getting some intel, but it's not going to matter because all these Ts, they're grouped up onto Catwalk, and they're running into a little bit of a mousetrap into this situation. The CTs are grouped up into this. They have that M4 available, but it needs to find activation, but Hap, he's just going to get taken out immediately. A Deagle is the one that's going to be responding back, and Allison is even able to find another connection for himself as well. This has become into a 2-on-3, still the advantage for Uno, but it's a question if they can maintain it. It's getting gross, it's getting ugly. CLD's taking critical HP.
What?
This is back and forth. This makes no sense, but Uno Mille will be able to prevail, but it is sloppy.
I feel like Allison might have dropped his A1S at some point there, because why he's on the Deagle, I couldn't tell you. And that could have been the difference maker. Like, if he has a rifle there, maybe things are a different result. But Uno Mille somehow stay alive, quell the force buy, and should have an easier time around in round number 3. Deagle for Allison, charging up Suicide. Has a head right in front of him, and he'll take it out. I have no idea how Remix didn't see anything there. Rifle picked up now for this CT side, but they're going to go charging up long. These Deagles have done some damage before, and they'll catch another player on the cross. Big play there from Leo. Now another chance here for this Catbox player, but he's spotted out. Great shot there from Clone. Bomb should go down, and now things should be calmed down just a little bit more.
Yeah, you can see the rest of these CTs are going to do a little bit of a 3-1 split onto this. CLD, he's got a full read on it. Easy lineup, finds the double. Stacked like pancakes, and now you can just see these CTs, they're just going to hightail out of this, and they have to keep that gun. It's a Galil in the hands of ZMB. Leo's just thinking, okay, look, maybe I'll go for an exit kill, something like that, but not a bad effort from LP, but now Uno Mille putting themselves in an opportunity of a 3-0, and LP, they're going to have to figure out what they're going to want to do with this. They should have enough money to go for the gun round for this following, but it puts just a little bit more pressure for them, Paladin, that they're going to have to do something quick. Otherwise, this game could, lose some control and some rounds can be built here quickly.
Yeah, and unfortunately, you're not doing enough damage in round number 3. Now they can actually build some finances as well. I would have liked that third kill to really put the icing on the cake, but now Mille will have to go up against a buy, and Remix will have his AWP out, so interesting to see how this changeup actually goes through. Who's not available here for Remix, and will not even opt to shoot in yet. Divine comes in through the long side, or the mid side, and actually goes down to that AWP, so first blood to Uno Mille.
Here. Decent nade actually lands on a broken too, so lots of utility just being dumped into mid right by Xbox. And these CTs now are kind of just running around. They're still trying to figure out new positioning. They've been able to grab long control. So they already have Hap that's going to be posted up in pit, meaning that they can have the other two players just fully commit towards Catwalk now and kind of, just isolating the site. Uno Mille, though, with the man advantage, they're still taking a lot of time on this. They're not waiting things out too long. They're just they're kind of just taking this with a little bit more patience, deciding what they want to do. Smokes in towards B, or mid-cross to B, potentially on the docket here. And it is just leaving Leo by himself to anchor the site. Looks like they might just try to toy the idea of another cat exec here, Paladin. They looks like they want to go for this one more time. They have 40 seconds to work with. ZMB trying to go for a little bit of a spam if he can. He's actually been able to do a little bit of infliction of damage, but it's nothing really too much for these guys on the T side to break a sweat about. But right now, it's getting overwhelmed, and this is where the CTs are finally able to pack a little bit more of a punch. But the rotate's coming through. Allison has to do something big, and that is going to help. And Leo now with a long rotate here with 20 seconds remaining.
Cross comes through for Clone. Doesn't have a smoke up, but he does have the molly, and that's perfectly placed to slow down Leo. And now smoke on the back of that. Plant will come in, and Leo will walk this all the way through. And doesn't nail the complete the kill. He finds the headshot. And now a chance for Clone on the reaggress, but Leo just has enough HP to survive the test. LP get onto the board, and they recover the AWP as well.
Yeah, what a way to recover, though, right? I mean, it almost looked like Leo was going to drop the ball on this one because, like you said, he was able to get the, the instant headshot, just wasn't the full kill. And then even with him just kind of jumping on the ledge on Cat, I was thinking, no way is he going to lose this round based on this movement. But down to the 1v1, but you got to, again, for LP, saving the day of Allison being able to find a triple kill. And this is a huge highlight right here where he's able to find the one, getting that second right before he gets traded out. But man, oh man, what a way for LP to be able to grind themselves back into this, getting the goose egg removed, finally getting on the board. But it's going to be another gun round commenced here for Uno Mille. Op's going to be out here for Remix one more time. He was able to find the opening duel in the previous. And now Divine actually gets the op out as well. So this will be a good, interesting test to see what the CTs can pack a little bit more of a punch, maybe.
They didn't really have an opportunity to use that AWP in round number 4, going down as early as possible. For right now, Divine trained in on this catwalk corner. Nobody home just yet. Molly to flush him out. Keep in mind, there a lot of bit of utility here for Uno Mille. 2 smokes, 2 flashes, and that's it at a minute 5. So when they decide on something, they're gonna have to commit to it.
Yeah, they've really liked this cat control, right? Uno Mille has really just kind of, again, got lined up, ready to go on cat stairs, and it seems like they get that, real estate pretty quickly. And LP have been playing this pretty much the same standard setup as well, right? I mean, they're kind of just, getting this long control periodically, then they just kind of post up in the back of sighting, allowing these guys to really be the aggressors. So a little bit of respect on this. Molly going to get thrown, not going to actually make the connection that, they were hoping for. Broken still being able to throw the utility. Oh, he's going to go for the drop down, though. He's definitely got spotted. Vine trying to see if he can be able to find a shot. So now you can see that LP, they're putting a lot more of their attention towards this player that isn't CT spawn. But look at that. It's Hap that's able to get a good kill onto this. And right there, CLD again has been able to find this double. And all of a sudden, turning on the tables, it's down to the 2v2. And CLD sitting at a 7-1. He is just popping off right now. I talked about LTZ was the player that had to be watched. Looks like CLD wants to make a statement for himself. A big swing, and now making it the triple kill. It's all just down to Divine to put himself into a clutch situation of a 1-on-2. These teams have to play together, but they're putting the 1-on-1s, and Divine is going to be able to shine bright for another clutch.
Oh, God. I mean, you really think Divine in that situation will get double swung eventually, but the split 1-on-1s, it's just a moment of space given over to the Opper, and he takes full advantage. And of course, it shouldn't even be in that 1-on-2 situation anyways, but we get there somehow off the back of CLD's magnificence on this AK. Not exactly a spray transfer, but close enough. But LP still climbing back in. Bomb plant comes through. We'll get a hero AK on for CLD. Actually, yeah, he'll still be there. A little bit of hesitation, but other than that, Uno Mille just scraps in this round.
Yeah, well, it's been 2 rounds lost against, Uno Mille, but it's been down to these 1v1s essentially, or these like 1-on-2s, like you said. And I agree with you. I thought we were going to see the double swing that was going to happen through, so a little bit of a misplay that happens here, which allows LP to get themselves closer in this game back to an equal situation. Oh, a little bit of a light block in your view. Blocking that double jump, and Divine, he'll still get that shot. Easy pickings for him. But this is where, these guys do have to be careful. I mean, you can already see that Leo's already caught, a bullet to the side of the head here, and he's down to 38. So that's going to definitely leave a mark against him. And now Allison is also still trying to contest a little bit. Has to be careful. Good utility worked here, which catches on CLD and also on the clone. But now they have to kind of retreat this plan. And you can see that Uno Mille, they're just kind of hoping to find a pick. You can tell they're desperate for it right now. They really want to get that man advantage, or just not even the advantage, just kind of equalize this thing right back up.
Yeah, they were hoping to maybe get that extra rifle as well, but very smart from Allison to not engage. Now they move back over to this cat side, and Haps very smartly taking care of business here. Let's CLD now up to bat. Charging up this cat side. He's got to do it completely dry. No flashes to start things off, but the bait there from the pistol looks good. Broken will eventually hit the deck, but CLD is still alive, but not for long. ZMB finds the cat lurk, the flank, and equalizes things at 3s.
Yeah, a little bit of an easy one, but, you know, again, I just can't stress this enough. Like, I mean, the fact that we're seeing these clutches that are really kind of, you know, pulling LP back into this game, that's what we were kind of saying in the very beginning of this, is that, you know, statistically, like, it only paints one side of the picture, but, like, you know, the firepower and the overall ratings for the LP players is a lot, you know, higher than what we saw from Mille, but I don't know, man. That's the thing. Like, it only tells you one small portion of the whole game, because CLD has been having a field day so far, and LTZ was the player to watch, and he's sitting at a 1-4, and CLD again is able to just pop through into the lower tunnels and finds himself a double kill, matters into his own hands, and all of a sudden, with the blink of an eye, at 1 minute and 33 seconds, we're down to a 3v3.
Rotation comes back in from Hap here. Doesn't see anything. Rook smoke comes through from CLD. They want to move back over to this B bomb set. They know how much they have in terms of space over there in upper tunnels. CLD punishes a little bit of extra aggression there from Divine, and now all of a sudden, so much pressure on the back of Leo Monster, who's going to have to go nuclear, but he's been spotted out as well. Has to drop this smoke, but it's too little, too late. He's going to have to swing for the fences here with this rifle and can't find anything.
That's a quad.
Just a brutal sequence there, but CLD has just been on a tear. Quad kill in this one, 13-3. And Mille take the lead back.
I love to see it, though, right? I mean, this is where, you know, when someone can really just step up again, like, this is where you love to see, because in terms of, like, the head-to-head, we had Allison versus LTZ, where, like, you know, it's kills per round. I mean, technically, like, on paper, like, we're talking about a 0.64 for kills per round. You know, like, in terms of, like, overall rating, you know, CLD typically is sitting at, like, an even 1.0, which, it's not obviously bad. It's just, you know, it's not like your star player. It's just not somebody that typically is popping off. But right now, he's sitting at a 13-3. He has single-handedly been able to create a lot of space here for these guys. And like we said, Dust2 is a really big question mark about this veto. So you can see that LP are kind of, you know, taking this time out, needing a little bit more, you know, discussion to be done here, because this thing has just been a back-and-forth affair.
And now, a full investment here from LP. They know they have the Mille economy up against it, but they don't really have that much weaponry to tussle with them. DMB and Allison are going to do a lot of heavy lifting with these FAMASs. They're just going to go straight up for long control, and still, they're not able to find all the kills. DMB is there for some trades, and he'll be happy that out of all of that, they got a 3-on-3. And CMB finds another one through the smoke, making it 3-on-2.
What an absolute firefight, right? I mean, I love the play from LP, like just actually throwing the delayed, you know, pop flashes to go re-swinging into this, and then smokes are out, and everybody's just shooting. Everybody's just hoping to find a shot. It's just a firing range with people that have never been able to shoot a gun before, but that's not the case for Remix, because now he's been able to find 2 duels into middle, where you can see that LP were trying to re-aggress and get some information. And now ZMB is tasked here with a 1-on-2. And he's actually been able to make it across. I don't know if he gets spotted, and indeed he does. So Remix will be able to take his head away. And that's a triple kill for him, putting him at a 10-7, and now leading by 2 rounds. And the money is kind of hit the bottom of the barrel here for the CT side.
Wow. Another pullback there from Remix. Huge work done after the lost long battle. And now, a chance to rack up the rounds here. Oh my god, pull the trigger, man.
Just shoot, just shoot.
All 4 players live to go down through lower. Clones heard all of this. should have some easy
They don't even
pickings
clear
here.
him.
Waits to pull
They
the
don't clear
trigger.
him.
And he gets 4. That's lovely work there. Allison will finally get the AK, but
Okay.
I don't really think that they're going to be able to let him save there.
How? Okay, I gotta ask you. You have 4 players that swing out of B tunnel. Not one of them looks left. Every single person looked right or straight. I don't understand how you don't check the other angle. I mean, look, I know it's
Especially
it's
if
a
you're jumping. You look left and right when you jump over across that corner.
Exactly. So I'm just like, I mean, look, I know it was a light round. They didn't put any investment into it. It's not the end of the world.
It's just the principle.
It's a principle, yes. Like Clone putting himself at a quad kill like that. I was thinking, look, maybe he'll find 2, maybe. But the fact he gets 4 for the cost of only 1 AK, like that's huge. Well,
now, what are they supposed to do if you are LP? You do get to actually keep that AK, but you're losing rounds, and it feels like the momentum's kind of swiftly turning back the other way, where you don't really have those exciting moments from LP anymore in terms of consistent rounds. It's a lot of these clutches that are going in their way and like heroics in these 1-on-2s and 1-on-1s. We haven't seen that real solid CT round out of them just yet.
Yeah, it's true. I actually couldn't agree with you more, because it feels like, you know, all these rounds that they've been able to find, it's been right down to like grasping, you know, straws, and it's really just been lucky individual plays that have been able to get those clutch situations, which, you know, doesn't really bode well when the score 6-3. So really, now we have to get, you know, the test of Leo. He's gonna have to do something big. Allison's been able to save his back. Been able to find the double, and the 2 of them combined have been able to just lock this down. So looking a lot better now for LP. Well, you asked what's going to happen a little bit differently for the CT side. I guess them holding down a rush B is going to do. So they'll be able to surely find themselves this 4th round, unless, you know, we see some careless play of just, you know, going for the kill and trying to remove this. But, you know, there's just no reason for LP to be this way.
Yeah, I mean, I don't mind the call, to be honest. I think the read from LP was good. But, yeah, the execution definitely leaves a lot to be desired. Hap gets caught out with just an elbow sticking out there on T-Car. And it looks like the LP side do not want anything to do with it. Just want to keep these finances in check. So we'll wait out these 45 seconds. And finally, we do get that stable CT round off the back of a B rush. And, you know, in a lot of ways, that kind of a call, you know, supports a comeback for the CT side and gives them confidence. And it could potentially be that jugular move for the T side if it does succeed. So a lot going into that round, and I think it really shows that there's a little bit more room and energy for LP to kind of charge their way back into this half.
Yeah, definitely. And that's the thing about Dust 2, right? It just, you know, it really does feel like it's so well balanced. And I mean, that's what I love about it too. So it's not just like a map where like Anubis, where, you know, back in the day it was just heavily T-sided, where you had to, like, you know, at least get like minimum 4 rounds on CT side to keep yourselves alive in this series. So this has a lot of, you know, comeback material here for LP. This is the best round we've seen from them so far in the, you know, 10 rounds we've been able to go through, where they've been able to keep pretty much 4 players alive. It just gets down to here with the replays. You can see just locking it down with a good old rush B, but at least they could hold it. And it's good for Mille to kind of just mix up the playbook, right? Keep the guessing game moving, just kind of, you know, keeping them on their toes. Plenty of fun still to go through to get this round into effect. Does kind of look like that. It's going to be Remix going for this early duel, but he will get pushed back by the Molly. So LP once again being able to find themselves in good control of long A, and allowing ZMB, if he chooses, or even have to, just get this pit control. Clone has been unfortunately dropped.
Oh, no.
But it's been now players just dropping like flies. So Mille all of a sudden, you know, once again, it just drops down to a 5-on-2.
That's just so unfortunate, especially after damage had already been done. And now, I mean, there's a lot of typing going on, and I hope that we can get this resolved. But I think in some people's minds, maybe they might get a restart if you're an Mille fan, but that's not going to be the case this time around. LTZ just the last one there, and he'll go down. But we'll have a tech timeout here to sort things out because that is just one of the most unfortunate ways to lose a lot of momentum.
Yeah, it definitely is, right? I mean, especially when you have the lead and that was, you know, a bit of an investment into this. So, like, yeah, losing that player that quickly, it's so unfortunate. So we'll wait and see what the verdict's going to be. But we'll have to wait it out a little bit. But honestly, you know, regardless of this game so far, like, it's good to see, you know, in the sake of LP fans, they've been able to kind of get themselves back into contention for this, right? Because it was really looking like, you know, Mille was going to be able to put themselves in a strong lead, and especially with the performance of CLD, and Remix has actually been hitting some really great shots here with Yop. It felt like everybody from LP was really running slow. It felt like everybody was like, you know, cold hands or something. Like, it just felt like it wasn't the same team. Everybody's just kind of missing these opportunities, but it's been kind of, you know, as rounds progressed, it was getting a little bit better and better, despite it's being clutches to keep themselves in the game, but still keeping them in the game.
Yeah, absolutely. And now you're getting stability, and that makes you feel like, okay, we're starting to see why this team is favored in this series. And of course, they've still got a lot of work to do. We'll have to eventually set the tempo on that T side, but you've got the win conditions going. Divine's finally finding some impact on that AWP. Allison's getting that impact on the aggressive rifling. And you got everything you want on the Uno Mille side of things as well, in terms of extra win conditions. Remix and CLD pulling their weight, but it's surprisingly LTZ just completely silent so far.
Yeah, it's kind of, it is surprising, right? I mean, I sometimes always wonder when we do these like player head-to-heads, you know, especially you and me, I don't know why, but I feel like we do this like kind of, you know, cast or curse, because I'm like, oh, like LTZ, like player to watch, no doubt, like this guy's sick. And now, you know, it's been a really slow game for him. Like, it's a 2-8. He hasn't had to really do a whole lot. I mean, CLD, to be fair, has been really just, you know, picking up the weight. Like, you know, LTZ and Broken, unfortunately, not really being able to statistically contribute yet. Doesn't mean they're not. Obviously, it's a team game. But, you know, for a player like LTZ, I'm kind of waiting for him to really just, you know, pop off. I'm waiting for him to get like unleashed in this moment, for him to just go beast mode. But it's been taking a bit longer than I was expecting.
Of course, with players in these kind of situations, you just gotta tread water. You just gotta survive until situations where you can make a difference, and that's kind of how you slowly claw your way back in to situations like these. And of course, we've got plenty of series to go. And again, you still have win conditions that are already going into your favor. Players like Remix and CLD doing their weight. So we'll hold off on the verdict for LTZ for now. And we'll hope that he can get back to that same form that we were hoping from him. But so far, so good, I would say, for Uno Mille. Showcasing that this will be a competitive best of 3.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And I mean, you know, for anybody that's, again, just kind of trying to get a bit of a reminder in case you're tuning in, like this, you know, this is going to be Dust 2, Nuke, and Inferno, but I'll talk about that later because it looks like this tech pause might need a little bit more time. So we're going to take a little break. We'll see you a little bit soon. Bye-bye. Okay, a little bit of a pause, but we're ready to go. Round number 11, we go. Mille is going to be able to find...
We're redoing it.
Oh, we are redoing it. We sure are. It doesn't even matter because Remix is still going to take heads away. He's going to pop off, be able to find that opening duel. So, almost felt like nothing really happened in the sense here. Well, crisis averted, and Allison's going to be able to find an instant trade back. Broken. Can you be able to find this kill? I don't know. Everybody's just shooting through smokes, and LTZ finally a little bit of a peekaboo. Gets himself his third kill.
Good work there from LTZ to make sure he doesn't get out scot-free. It's a free kill for Allison, but he should get punished and go 1-for-1 there. And as I kind of mentioned there, it was a not live situation as the kill that came through happened before damage had occurred. So that's what the tech timeout was for, checking and making sure that there was no damage done. And that's why you've got this man advantage situation for LP as they get themselves into a 3-on-2 situation, charging up long now they go. But Divine will hear all of this, you'd like to think, and he'll go maneuvering back over to try and deal with this long play.
Yeah, a little bit of work cut out for him. Smoke's going to get across here, so now Divine... tasked here with a duel, is able to find the easy one onto Cat. Mulle's going to be able to flush this player back. Still 25 seconds, so a bit of time to work with here for the plant. Another Mulle, though. Oh, yeah, that's not going to get broken. Now LTZ's been able to find a little bit of a strangler, so now Divine by himself. Now 12 seconds remaining, making a lot of noise, and now the plant still hasn't been done. 7 seconds, they have to get it moving, and now it's finally going to go down. Punching the digits. HP is critically low here for both these two players, so this is actually still a very strong position right now for Divine, sitting at 86. He's been able to pick up the AK, now looking for this duel. Both these players just playing so passively and just allowing him to walk into this. Divine actually wins the first duel, but can't seem to find the second. And there we go. Mille has been able to get a little bit of redemption considering that round and the issues they had, putting him at 7-4.
So the replayed round actually does end up costing LP. Not able to get that scoreline back into play. Now, gonna look to see if they can at least make it 5. And more aggression out through mid here. CMB making it all the way to top mid. I don't think Remix is aware about this at all, and CMB does get away with a 1-for-1 trade. And Allison is still at the scene of the crime. Still wants to find a little bit more damage before absconding. And there's no top mid pressure, so he can sit here all day long. Allison will get 1, but now how much more can he really get? He gets that second. The trade tries to come through, but it's too little too late. It's just Remix now in a 1-on-4. He just clip away 1. But position is noted now. Minute on the clock. So also recover the bomb. And Hap has him somewhat boxed in here. Missed shot there from Divine. Gives a little bit more space over this AWP, but there goes the SMG. It's a little haphazard, but Hap gets it over the line. 7-5 our first half as we cut to a little bit of a break.
Okay, and we're back. Look, a little bit of a short break as we had that tech issue, and now we're ready to go for the second half of map number 1, the Dust 2. And it seems like Mille has been able to find themselves in a decent position right now where they've been able to get the double round buffer. And now the question will be, once we get into it, that pistol that's going to be really critical in this kind of a situation. And LP having a bit of a slower start in this game so far, Paladin, but really it's a question if they've been warmed up and everything that's kind of happened to get to this point, if maybe we can see a a resurrected team, something that could be a little bit different here moving into the second.
A lot of long, methodical pistol rounds, despite a lot of aggression in terms of the gun rounds. Traded utility here into this B bomb site, and a bit of a fake being given over by Hap here. But nobody's biting. The entire CT forces are still here on this A bomb site. 3 players ready and rearing to go.
Yeah, look at this. It's just like a shooting range right now. Like 3 CTs are just sitting on the long corner, and LTZ has been able to finally get some kills here, being able to double headshot, broken right behind them. So the 2 players that have been a little bit more absent in this game have now come alive a little bit more into this. Now the swing through long, and ZMB can't seem to find any sort of connection with the pistol. And all of a sudden now, it's just down to Hap by himself on the 1-on-4 with the bomb down. The diffuse is already coming through, and he is gone and removed. So Mille is going to be able to find themselves moving forward still here, Paladin, and honestly, pretty convincing.
Yeah, pretty convincing indeed. And now they have a chance to just run away with this map if they so please. LP not selling enough of a fake. They tried to get Hap out, and I don't know, it's just like the spams through the smoke. Didn't really feel like there was enough oomph behind it. And very smartly, no flashes, spotted out by the Mille side, so they know there was no real commitment off the back of it. And because of that, no response and an easy kind of situation there for the CT side. Clone now getting aggressive in under. This force buy should be dealt with. They're going to go charging up through the long side. Weird Molly smoke combo, but it gets the job done. But the question now is how do you hold on to this bomb site?
Yeah, this is going to be tough too, right? I mean, with the limited utility onto this, I mean, this is about, they do have the player advantage, just barely, but again, they're going to have to rely on just being able to go for a double swing into this and winning these engagements. The pistols still could pack a bit of a punch into this, though. This bomb down is actually looking pretty decent considering for LP. They've already been able to get part 1 of 2 done, and now the question is just being able to find this round. Rifles running through a smoke, but it's still benefiting here for the CT side, and Allison by himself, easily removed, and now LTZ able to find himself a double kill. And pretty much easy pickings here. They only took 1 death out of that whole scenario. I was thinking LP maybe would have had themselves in a stronger position, but nonetheless, all things considered, not bad, and money still growing slowly here for LP, but still not looking the prettiest.
Yeah, unfortunately, in situations like that, you need the round because of how much you've invested. And while their finances will not be atrocious, they'll still have some potency in this one. It's not that much in terms of momentum. Now, double digits for Mille seems pretty much a guarantee at this point. And you've got to give it to them. They've withstood the test of all of these clutches that they've lost, and they've shown that they're the better team despite that. For LP, they've still not shown to us why they're considered the favorites in this matchup just yet.
No, they definitely haven't. It's really been quiet for them here on Dust 2. Which again is a big surprise because, like we said, the loser of this entire series is going to be putting themselves in the 3rd place mark, so not comparable to getting to that grand final position, but We'll see now. LP's going to be able to swing through middle, pop open up the smoke. CLD actually kind of misclicking it on this one a little bit. So now Broken needing to do something big. He has to build some kills, but he's not able to. Now we can see the 4-on-3 advantage that will be for LP. That bomb going to go down once again. And now the CTs. You got a player in tunnel. You got double outside of the site, but Hap's going to be able to find himself a little bit of a hopping kill. And now this might be just enough here where Mille is going to have to say, look, we're done with this. We don't even want to entertain the idea. We got to keep that utility and the rifles intact, and that's exactly what they'll do. And LP, somehow, some way, they're going to be able to find themselves this round where it wasn't looking the most likely.
Way too much respect given over in the mid side, and they try to stack up one of the B bomb site early, but you can't do that in these kind of situations. You give them way too much space to split through. And sure, there's no real upper contact, but that doesn't really matter. When you get that mid space and you're able to get to go up to the doors without any sort of pushback, the round's very easily convertible if you're on this T side. Granted, good shots hit from these pistols, but look at this. It's like it's 3 pistols here bearing down on these side players and completely nullifying the crossfire 15, 20 seconds into the round. And that is a key mistake that could come back to haunt LP, or Mille rather, if they're not careful. Luckily, they still have got plenty of money in the bank to have another buy here. But that's one that they're going to have to look back on in VOD review for sure.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And like you said, a lot of respect, and that's kind of what allowed those pistols to kind of, you know, flourish a little bit and getting some good space. So that's where Mille is going to really have to switch up everything on this. And that's the thing we see with some teams, right? When they get this lead and they're getting themselves closer to the finish line, this is where teams might get in their own head a little bit and play differently. We'll see if that could be the case for Mille potentially. But limited utility here for the CT side. Ooh, this is interesting.
Again, they're just giving them free mid space. They're not even using a mid to be bit of util. They're getting information off the cat side as well with the shadows. This is just everything for Mille. And Divine will shoot through to force these cat players to stay, and that's where ZMB can strike. So again, this mid defense is completely non-existent, and they'll try charging through this smoke at this point, but it's too little too late. Broken will go down, and Hap will punish. LP just gifted another round off of mid control.
Yeah, this is a really interesting style that we're seeing from Mille, is the fact that, like you said, like they're playing so passive, they're just allowing this real estate to be grabbed up, and it's such an interesting stance from these guys, considering, you know, their first half was so strong, and it felt like they were just, you know, guns blazing and really just, you know, setting a decent pace in this game, and all of a sudden now that they're on the CT side, it just kind of feels like it's a totally different team, and we're not seeing the confidence that was kind of, you know, flowing through before onto this, and they're kind of making some big mistakes that are allowing LP to get back into this game slowly and surely. Still a 2-round buffer, but the money is essentially depleted for this here for the CT side. They're going to have to gamble a little bit of a stack or some kind of a play together with the pistols. So this could very well, you know, shortly here, Paladin, could be a quick tie game right there and then.
Yeah, absolutely. This is a ripe opportunity for LP to completely flip the script and come charging back into this map with us too. Some costly mistakes, and we'll see they want to continue to develop that mid control as time goes on, but switching things up here are LP and go towards long instead. They'll get that space free of charge. Just 5 USPs on the other side. This should be a converted round, a very easily converted round. Divine, ZMB, Leo Monster, Allison, everyone chimes in. Just CLD now, hoping to get a straggling T, but it should be an open and shut case, and it will. Leo Monster finds his man, and the lead is cut down to 1.
Yeah, I mean, I like the attempt from Mille, just to try something, right? I mean, you're kind of hoping for a lot there for a long duel with pistols, but nonetheless, I mean, it's nice that they're trying something, and a pretty easy round for LP. And now this is going to be a big test here for round number 18. This is where the money's out. The Op's going to be out here for Remix. I mean, he had himself a fantastic, you know, getting some big duels on the T side. This is the question of being able to create some space here now for the CTs. and it looks like he's going to be posted up onto long A. So you can see that Mille has been able to post themselves very passively towards B, heavily putting some presence in mid. So they're kind of realizing we've been giving up some space. So they've kind of been learning from their lessons, but man, they're not able to learn from the fragging abilities. LTZ goes down way too early, and now Remix, he's just getting flushed out by utility. He's still able to find this kill, but now he's got to back away from this. He has to reset. He has to be able to find a new spot to go for a fight. But LP recontesting one more time here, Paladin, but they are getting punished for it.
Yeah, collateral comes through there from Remix and completely changes the dimensions of this map so far. But Leo finds Remix on the reaggress. Still man advantage retained for Mille as they try to take back mid. Now Hap's got a lot to do on his plate. Oh, finds two somehow. Absolutely magnificent work there from Hap. And now ZMB is going to go charging back the other way through long and attempts to flick but can't connect. Clone just so smart in terms of knowing what the possibility of that round could turn out to be. And Mille will get themselves double digits.
I still can't believe that Hap was able to find that double kill. Like, I hope we can catch it on the replay here, because in that kind of a position, I was thinking surely maybe just one kill. Even Leo being able to find that duel. Like right here, Hap's been able to find the kill in mid, a late swing onto Cat, and he repositions his crosshair and still gets the kill. Like, I mean, I know it pans out fine for Mille, but like still, in that kind of a position, it could have been cleaned up so much nicer from the CT side.
Now, what is the change up here from LP? Do you go back into that mid control that's worked so well for you? Not this time. Trying to take cat space at least initially before going back into this mid space. Divine holding on this left side. Again, a flash comes through. They're going to push these CTs back, and basically every time they have moved back. This time Broken stays forward. Playing off the contact, CLD will probably move through. But he goes down. Allison with a huge opener. This leaves Broken completely isolated, and they punish. This B-bomb site again under scrutiny. It's just Clone. Basically in a 1-on-5 situation. With 45 seconds left on the clock, LP know exactly where they want to end.
Oh, I mean, he's been able to reposition, but that Mille gets thrown, but he can still find 2 kills. I was thinking surely he was going to be gone, especially with the Mille thrown, but he was able to find it just in time. 3-on-2. Mille again. You have LTZ critically low on the HP department. He's sitting at 3. Can't imagine they're going to want to go for this at all. Yeah, you can already see you have Remix that's essentially just getting posted up in pit. Yeah, they're just going to wave the white flag. They're done with it. A decent, valiant effort here from Clone locking into that B site, but it just wasn't enough. But LP are going to be able to find themselves in 9th round grabbed up. And we're talking about a 1-round differential now, Paladin, when originally when we were going into this, we were thinking that Mille was maybe going to be able to have the secret recipe for Dust too, but it seems to have fumbled just a little bit.
Yeah, unfortunately, the LP side have figured out exactly what they want to win this game, and that is just constant mid-pressure and pushing off these players and making sure that they cannot establish a crossfire. I mean, you can play ahead of the utility, sure, but that's where you're giving a real opportunity for players like Allison to turn the tides of battle. I mean, you've either got to convert that kill or you've got to have a second player to fight with you, and Broken was hopelessly isolated in that position. Maybe even nade open to smoke. You have a player from Car to help you through the AWP. There's so many options that you have, but right now this mid control for the CT side just looks way too static, and LP are taking full advantage because of it.
Oh, even Remix. I was thinking surely he's going to go for that duel into the middle. He's actually going to get flushed out. The Mully's going to push him back already. Utility going to get dropped here, so he's going to be posted up onto Cat. Desperation for him to be able to find some duels to bounce something back here. Otherwise, LP are going to be able to put themselves in a great position. Mollies will be able to, again, making him find a new spot to camp out with the AWP. Players have been already able to push on to Cat, but Remix, there you go. Whack-a-mole, he's been able to find this first, so that's a good start. But now you can see that LP, they're changing their game plan once again. They're actually going to swarm into mid. They're going to just flush this CT out with smokes, finding these duels, but now they have to worry about 2 more players, but they're only pistols, and look at how easily and convincing they take this. This round's already over. This round is done and dusted with, and we got ourselves a tie game.
And they're trying to boost over that smoke. You know, Remix is there into CT spawn, but the boost is too late. And even after the boost comes through, the shot is missed from Remix. So it's just, it's a nightmare situation here when you know you have a weakness, and it's even worse when your opponent knows the weakness and is just abusing that weakness again and again. There is legitimately so many adaptations that this Uno Mille side is trying, and none of them are working.
Oh no. Can't even save these guns too. Like, that op would have really been beneficial here for the CT side. And CLD, now he's just playing Survivor. He just needs to stay alive as long as possible, but not going to happen. The last second of the clock, and Allison's going to be able to find him. So now a little bit of a tough going here for the CT side. Yes, they have the money for the guns, but it surely would have been nice to get that op and the AK, you know, keeping in their hands if they could. But just like that, Paladin, blink of an eye, all of a sudden turns into a tie game. And LP are looking revitalized so much on this T side. It's really been a sight to behold.
If you're Uno Mille, what do you do in this situation? Remix is doing everything for you, but your aggro rifling has very much cooled off. CLD is nowhere to be seen in the second half. LTZ is slowly climbing back into this game, but it feels too little too late in a lot of ways, but you're not getting that multi-kill potential. Getting picked apart in some of these isolated fights. You've just got to find a way to utilize those crossfires that are so valuable here. Get the trade game going. It's aggression out from LP in through some long control, and they've got a player in the pit. Everybody's flashed. Oh my goodness.
Leo.
But Leo finally gets his vision back and can only find one. The bursts are not good enough. And it's a 3-on-4 now for LP.
Man, it looks so good for Leo. I was thinking, surely, okay, this is going to be the double kill. This is going to turn things around a little bit here for these guys in the sense of just getting this long control. But just the fact he can only find the one, that might have really stunted them on this one. It puts them onto a 2-on-4. You got both players that are going to sit into mid. Now you can see the CT side. They're kind of split this apart, right? You have one player in the A site. You have one player that's locked in on long A and double into the B. So depending on what LP want to do with this, if they decide to go towards B, they are going into the, you know, the hard difficulty of this. They're actually going against 2 different players in this duel situation, so not going to be the best. And the jump spot are broken. He's going to be able to potentially get this intel. Gets his shoulder ripped off a little bit here, but he's still alive with 22. But there is still 43 seconds remaining here for LP to make a play. And you can already see that Remix. He's actually pushed it into long, so he's clearing a ton of information. But now the question for LP is, what do they want to do? Time is dwindling. They have to make a play now. Remix might be able to just shut this down. Trigger discipline activated. He might be able to do the full backstab onto this Paladin. This could just fall apart so quickly. And all CLD has to do is he has to just burn the time. And Remix is right there. He's been able to scratch a beat. And now it's just down to half. He needs to do something big with 12 seconds remaining. It's just little too late. The CTs, they're just playing a game of cat and mouse. And there we go. Uno Mille show some good teamwork, and they survive the threat.
A little worrying there, you know, maybe if that kill comes through, but this is basically the round losing play there for Leo. You needed that double, but sometimes the flashes, once you get your vision back, it jostles your crosshair just a little bit, and unfortunately for him, not able to find that double means loss of the map control on that long side, and forcing LP into a plan B scenario, and one that, frankly, there wasn't any real plan B to begin with. So the round kind of falls apart, and Uno Mille edge back into the front position here in this map of Dust 2. Still plenty of cash here to go through for LP. Maybe you just try to let the round settle a little bit more and go back to that mid control that's been working so well for you, because again, there is just a lot of room being given. Even in that round there, you're getting a player out in to challenge into the B doors, nobody fighting in from car, no pressure, no nothing.
We can see that, you know, no aggression here from the CT side on towards Cat. Nobody's really inspecting through mid. I know this smoke is going to be landing onto Xbox, so it's going to be blocking things, but Mille, again, giving a lot of space onto this. Doubling up in the presence of, you know, back skirts and mid. CLD looking like he might try to use these smokes in a little bit of a gap. Might be able to get this kill. He can, and Leo actually does win the engagement. So now Broken's been able to find a trade, sure, but again, these T's have been able to get themselves onto control of Catwalk, and now this CT setup once again split into a 2-2. You have the lurk already of Hap late to the game, and Remix once again, like you said, being able to be the hero they need. He's been able to find these duels to keep them alive. And look at LP, slowly still trying to contest, but they're taking these duels one by one. This seems a little bit careless now. And they're just feeding Remix right now with a triple kill, and Hap by himself on a 1-on-2 with 8 HP. You're asking a lot here, Paladin.
Yeah, unfortunately, it just was way too telegraphed there for LP. They do not push those mid players back enough, and good on Uno Mille to stick their ground. 20 seconds now, and it looks like he's just going to save. It's just wild that Hap is going through with this. I thought he would at least go up long side, but he's got 4,600. You can buy for a teammate in the next. And Uno Mille, it's been ugly, and frankly, if Remix wasn't involved on this team, this would be an open and shut case. The comeback would have come through, but Remix has done some huge work on that AWP to pull things back here.
Absolutely. Could agree with you more, right? I mean, this is where, you know, we always talk about the importance of having a strong opper, right? I mean, again, like, he's just really been putting himself in positions where he's getting these duels, but at the same time, like, it's kind of interesting that LP on their approach of the attack has been a little lopsided. Like, I mean, they know that he's playing Game Changer, and then they're just kind of doing these weird, you know, crab walk peaks and feeding them, but even before that round specifically, Remix, like you said, really has been able to step up his game. He was a little bit slow in the beginning. It was CLD all the way, and then Remix said, okay, look, hold my drink, bro, I got you. And, like, he's just 24-13. He's top fragging the server. He's been able to make a good name for himself into the Dust 2. And now they just need the singular round to push this thing over to Nuke. To contest here for the best of 3 in this lower bracket final. Once again, Remix right on the edge of this flame, and Leo's going to be able to finally get some kind of redemption. Now looking for a little bit more, but gets punished for it. The bloodthirstiness of him will cost his life. Down to the 4-4. Divine's got himself the op primed and ready, and Clone just behind the door, waiting patiently on this and hoping that people will just run into him, and he's just going to try to play the long game of this one. And LP now putting their little bit of eggs in the basket here of mid control and just leaving for Hap to look for some kind of lurk, maybe, but not going to happen at all. Clone, he's going to be able to find the one easy duel. Do they trade this out, though, Paladin? That is the biggest question. They're going to need to find it. Oh, my dear goodness. Look at the double swing from this. And all of a sudden, it's down to Hap. This round is over and dusted, and it's a 13-10. We're going to be able to see Uno Mille being able to get the map pick in their favor, and they take it with confidence.
Yeah, that's exactly what you wanted if you're Uno Mille. You finally get the adaptation to get a second player over to middle and deal with the cause. And of course, just great work there to actually deal with those first few kills. And now you're teeing yourself up for a potential sweep here. I mean, again, now the veto all of a sudden looks a lot scarier here for LP when you move into Nuke in map number 2. Of course, you still got Inferno waiting in the wings to decide, but Uno Mille will be licking their lips at a chance to close this one out as quickly as possible.
Yeah, I loved everything I saw, though, right? I mean, again, it's great to see the effects of, you know, CLD really popping off, and Remix, like we said, has been able to really, you know, pull up the bootstraps. It's a great thing to see, because we definitely put in the analyst desk of this that we said, look, this is LP's game, but, you know, look, it's the first map. Doesn't mean it's all over yet, but we'll have to wait and see, because we're going to take a very short break as we get locked and loaded here for Nuke, so don't go too far. We'll be back in a bit. All right, welcome back, everybody. We're here for ESL in South America, and this is where it's Cup number 2, and we are now into the second map, and it's going to be on to Nuke, and Mille has been able to find themselves first map victory, now begging the question of can they get this job done, or does this thing have to go the full distance to see who's going to prevail to getting themselves into that grand final. My name is Laz, joined here with Paladin, and Paladin, I got to ask you, like, how you feeling after that few minutes of a break and digesting everything we saw on Dust 2?
Feels like they finally figured out what LP wanted to do in that game to win. I mean, it was just getting mid control again and again, and unfortunately for them, it just doesn't work out. Like they just do not push the issue on that side of the map enough, and the game goes on long enough for Mille to realize how to rejig the setup and make sure that they had enough resources there, and it ends up eventually costing LP. And I think that now you move over to Nuke, and there's just an expectation that you've got to get it done now. I mean, how gutted are they going to feel coming so close to pulling that one back and now having to move into Nuke, a map that isn't even really the best map in their pool, all things considered, and a map that Mille are no slouches on. They have been able to get some serious victories on it, so I think this is going to be a real interesting bout here.
Yeah, I think so too, because I mean, I think it's a good point you bring up, because I think for Mille, you know, when we saw them on the T side of Dust 2, it was like, you know, aggressive, some good gunplay, some really just taking a lot of dominance, and then when they got on that CT side, it kind of felt like they played this more passive setup, and they weren't really confident in what they were doing, and you could tell they were just getting flushed out of positions all the time. So with a map like Nuke, this is where I do kind of beg the question of, you know, where they can land with this playing on the CT side, because yeah, I mean, there's a lot of good angles you can play and, you know, good defensive setups, but at the same time, like, the T side can definitely be very punishing on a map like this, especially if they can get any sort of map control, like outside, things like that. So I am really going to be, you know, keeping an eye on what are we going to see from Mille in the sense of how do they play this defensive setup. And like you said, a 4-2 record, you know, not their overall best map in their pool, but not their worst, you know, necessarily. I mean, it's kind of in an interesting position, whereas, you know, on the other side of it for LP, I mean, they're sitting at an 8-4 record, and they've been able to beat some decent teams. Yes, they've lost to some good teams, but they've been able to get some really good reps on this too.
Yeah, 100%. And, you know, if you go down the results column for both of these two teams, it's interesting because LP, they've struggled against teams like Fluxo, like Isurus, like Galories, Red Canins, and these are teams that, you know, you kind of expect them to lose to, but wins over basically everybody else in Brazil is very interesting. And the losses that they've taken have been big losses. They've not been close in any sense of the word. So I'm curious to see how losses like these even happen for LP. Like, is there something fundamentally wrong with some of their setups that they're getting blown out in these games? I think there's a lot that LP can, or sorry, Mille can kind of sift through in terms of how these losses have happened. And I think for them, it's just about keying into what those things are and seeing if they can abuse those kinds of disadvantages.
Yeah, and I mean, I think the biggest thing too is, like, again, like for Mille too, like, who's going to be able to maintain the form, right? We saw that it was, you know, Remix really putting himself in strong form. He was able to get some good, you know, performances with the op, and then it was, you know, CLD that was kind of, you know, the first half wonder where he was just, you know, taking heads and taking names here and just kicking down doors and chewing bubblegum. Like, the guy was unstoppable. But now the question is, like, do we still see this performance? Do we see other players kind of step up? Do we get to see LTZ, you know, finally getting himself in the spotlight a little bit here, where we talked a lot about that originally? That's a lot of questions that I do have, because I mean, that was kind of an interesting bout where it felt like it kind of went the opposite way for us of, you know, how the performers were going to be, but the result was still there. So that's where a map like Nuke, there's so much strategy and a lot of really big coordination that has to happen here. And this is where I kind of feel like LP have this leg up, but they really did have a poor start on Dust 2. But now we'll have to see if that was maybe the warm-up they needed to get themselves back in fighting form.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that the biggest thing for me is LTZ and what he can provide. And him being quiet is a wild card aspect to Uno Mille that you could potentially have to make this an even better chance for Uno Mille. It's a guy that we want a lot out of, and you can see that definitely the position that he's putting himself in and how he's actually approaching the game is pretty nice. I think that he has a nice approach to the game, but again, mechanically not necessarily connecting in that sense. But for LP, you've got basically everybody you want. I mean, Allison was still fragging out. Divine still had his moments, and so did Leo Monster. It's really just how cohesive are they in some of these late game situations. And they kind of got their act together once the going got tough on that T side. And eventually, you know, things happen. Eventually, the game gets as close as possible, and one small mistake can unravel everything. And, you know, that small moment from Leo Monster kind of cost them, you know, some little bit of mid-util misses as well, and some slowdowns in terms of the late round happened, and it runs away from them. But you got to keep that momentum up in terms of the win conditions that you have, and they've just got to find a way to get that cohesiveness out the gates looking very good. And I don't necessarily know what that solution is and how to get to that point early on, but I feel like that's the first step to redemption here in the series.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, that's where, you know, I feel like you made a good point before too as well, where LP, like, it felt like they were figuring out the game plan and they were getting themselves back in this game, and it really just kind of came down to some critical, you know, moments that really allowed for Uno Mille to really, you know, get the deal done on Dust 2. But now, when we kind of switch things over for a map like Nuke, this really does beg a different question, because again, like you said, and I'm glad you brought it up, was that, you know, for LP, they've been able to beat some good teams on this. They've lost to some of the higher level teams in the region as well, but overall, they've been able to beat pretty much everybody in their path on this. And I don't think these guys have actually played each other on this map yet that I've been able to figure out. So that's where there is a little bit more question marks, right? So it will be a question about their homework as well. But I think we're getting ready to go into this game momentarily, which I'm excited for, because now, like we both have been alluding to, is like, look, are we seeing a 3-map wonder, or do we get to see Uno Mille maybe, you know, cause a little bit of an upset in this and book their ticket to a grand final?
Opportunity here for Uno Mille as they get to start on the CT side and start racking rounds up on the defensive end. But LP looked the best when they could set their own tempo, when Allison could be let off the leash and finding as many opening kills as he possibly could. The nade molly combo is fantastic in the mini and completely eviscerates clones. So this A bomb site's immediately under threat, and they'll move through straight away. LTC manages to scrape together one, but both players spotted out in heaven. This should be an open and shut case. LP get the exact start that they were looking for.
Yeah, and this is what I'm really happy to see too, because again, for LP, like the fact of the T side, they just start to get aggressive. They're, you know, really starting to put a little bit more of a little bit of an oomph into this and not just playing super respectful. I actually do admire that, because again, I think this is where it could really work well against Uno Mille, where we saw their Dust 2 CT side was so passive, and it really didn't feel that convincing to me. So this aggression and making, you know, some quick decisions, being assertive, I think this could really pan out well. But you're going to put a full investment into this, double Mac 10s and the rest are rifles, and now you can see that Uno Mille just going to stack the inner bomb site, going for the gamble. LTZ hoping to find the Zeus, but this is good from LP, just waiting things out a little bit. Maybe some util will flush it out. You already have a couple players on the outside corridor, so now you can already see they're going to go for the split potentially. And they find these connections. Good molly. LTZ is just getting burned alive, and he's a dead man. Mix, can you be able to find this? You will not. TNB. Okay. Nicely done for him. A quad kill, so that's going to be good here with the Mac 10. That's going to add a ton of coins. So sitting at 5,700 already. So Paladin, they're sitting pretty.
Yeah, and you keep those Mac 10s over. You want to have a bonus situation, you definitely can. So thoughts now for LP and what they want to do in this bonus situation. Unfortunate that boost doesn't get to work out. You know, when the flashes come through, you're just hoping that you can live for long enough until you get your crosshair and your aim back. But those flashes were very well placed. No AWP out for Remix here. You want to get that going as soon as possible if you're this defensive side. But pace still the name of the game here for LP, as Get that top mini control, instant outside pressure. They instantly want to go charging into LTZ's crosshairs, but LTZ has done well to find one. Leo Monster with the response, though. And now things get interesting in the 4-on-3 for LP.
Ooh, good kill from Broken, too. ZMB was starting to get a little bit hungry for this. Again, he's sitting at 8-1. He's been able to... A monstrous performance so far for LP. He's really been the one to shine bright when things were looking a little bit dark for these guys. So Remix now pushing himself outside, trying to re-aggress into this situation. I think he actually just spotted the player. Should be able to have a free kill. He will. So Leo goes down quick and easily. Man advantage will be into Unamale's favor. Waiting to see, and this plant will come through. Utility available here for both CT players, and now Hap does have the MAC-10, so again, this is a big question of the repositioning, needing to find a kill quickly. Divine, I was hoping maybe to be able to find this. No, LTZ will get the better of it. Now Hap, a big clutch scenario, an easy one, gonna get an AK for reward. 2 more remaining, making the presence known. Playing a little bit of a jiggle here with the doors. It's a guessing game, but that defuse has to go. Exactly. No kit at all, so this is where they have to commit to it. Oh, no, that's going to do it. Here it is. Hap just finds it right out of the hat. Finds the double, and there it is. A 3-0 for LP.
Oh, that's tilting. Absolutely tilting there for the CT side. You did everything you wanted, but you have to flush him out. You got to find a way to flush him out. They're just not able to. Great upgrade there to be found. And Remix, I mean, you gotta body block something. Like, there has to be something in terms of being on the same page there from the CT side. And unfortunately, nobody could really piece that one together other than Hap, of course. Still yet to die on this map of Nuke. And some pep in the step now, Laz, for this LP side.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And I'm so glad you brought up that point, too. Again, like, no kit. I was even looking at the HUD, and I was like, I don't think they have a kit. Like, this is nuts, and that just makes it even worse as well. That could have easily been the round. The CTs try to swarm outside. A little bit of back and forth. A good kill from Broken. Actually, he's been able to secure himself that double. So, once again, we see the man advantage. Divine has taken a huge amount of HP loss. His teammates close on by. This is where, again, Unamale is going to have to be very careful on what they want to do with this. They got double rifles picked up. They have some utility available. They're in a prime position to win this, but again, Hap is in a strong position, but he just can't seem to find the connection. And now Divine. A tall task here on the 1-on-3 with still 48 seconds. This is looking grim here, Paladin. I mean, the bomb is already down on site. You can see the CTs kind of have like a pyramid setup. They're just grouped up on it, not letting that thing move. And I think for LP, they might have to let this one go.
Yeah, the save there for Divine. Tag comes through earlier on from the Scouter Remix, who did a boatload of damage in this round. Multiple scout tags to allow for these pistols to flourish. And they get 3 AK-47s to upgrade on over. Beautiful conversion there. It's just a real all-in approach into that outer yard. And unfortunately, the Marshmallow player could not provide enough support from above. Gave a lot of room and respect over to those pistols. And that's where, you know, those connections come through. Players coming in through from Secret as well. Really just a nice crunch from the CT side. And for LP, trades just not going in their way. Even still, Hap still had an opportunity there. But unfortunately couldn't make that one happen.
Yeah, that was really, again, Hap was in a strong position where if he could have been able to find that could have created some good space, but unfortunately a little bit of a, you know, I think it was more of like the angle and the timing of it. It was like his angle was decent, but I think his crosshair was still trying to get there at the right time. Oh, Remix and him are just kind of playing a little bit of a high five, and Remix, I don't know what you're doing. He's just trying to go for no scopes in a close quarter like that. He thought it was a done deal. Not the fact at all, and now Cologne's been able to find some kind of retaliation through the smoke, but through the thick and thin of this situation, the T's are now just going to go through Secret. It ain't no secret because they're making a ton of noise, and now Broken behind red box. He's been able to have a strong position, but do they flush him out? Do they use these mollies to get him out of this position? No, they will not. They're putting so much presence onto the ramp. He goes for the swing. He's able to find it. Can he find the second? Indeed he will. And now he's single-handedly just been able to lock this thing down. Now Hap is by himself. Again, another clutch scenario. He's just getting roasted alive. And look at that. Mille will be able to still continue on with a second round in their favor.
What a round there from Broken. Herculean 2 kills there from him on the back of Dark. I mean, he essentially just wins them the round and makes us nearly forget this absolutely disgusting sequence in the vent. I mean, trying to go for no-scopes is one thing. Trying to go for no-scopes on a ladder is a whole nother level of... You know, I won't use those words on camera.
Oh, boy.
Dumb. We'll go with that.
We'll go with that. That's fine. That's PG-13. It's all good. Good opener. And yeah, Mille now primed in a position here to get themselves a third. So, you know, again, I'm really liking to see the bounce back in this, right? Because, again, we saw LP. They had themselves a really good start out the gate. Now it's been Mille that's been able to get back into fighting form a little bit. And like you said, it was a really heroic effort from Broken to be able to find that double kill in the previous round. And I kind of get curious of a team like this too, if they run on like, you know, high motivation of like individual plays like that too. That's definitely going to light the fire, but kind of feels like after play, these guys have been able to just showcase some strong performances now. Momentarily, we'll be able to find that last kill. And everybody's kind of contributing equally, right? If anything, it's actually Remix that's had a bit more of a slow start in this position, but it's nice to see, all in all, Mille has been able to have everybody kind of, you know, equally like finding these duels and bringing this thing to a more close affair.
You bring up the conversation about like getting boosted by individual plays, and I think, I mean, if you've ever watched Brazilian teams on LAN, they get fired up after big clutches or big holds in certain rounds. I think and expect that to be the case for all of these teams. I mean, a couple of young cores and playing for a lot of cash on the line, a chance for a lot of VRS points as well. I mean, their tensions are definitely running at a premium right now. And for Mille, they have bounced back in this game. Down 3-0, tying it back at threes. Aggression here from Remix, but can't catch the jiggle. They'll leave this player up in trophy as a little bit of a bait and switch setup, and I do like this. Broken has been sharp as ever here on the ramp side.
Some shots fired here from Remix, and now the players have been able to make it across. Utility getting a little bit more dispersed here from the T side of LP. You can actually see the Hap just on the other side of the smoke. This is going to be a little unfortunate, because I was going to say LTZ's in a prime position here to have the better of that duel. Now the lurk of Hap goes down. Alson's been able to get some interesting intel. They still have to worry about this player here in the lower corridor as well. And Allison actually does find the lurk here, or the re-aggression of LTZ. Remix has been able to get some more information. This is a very weird round here, Paladin, because again, everybody's just kind of waiting things out. You can tell they're still trying to burn the clock, but there's still 24 seconds, so they got to get a move on. Remix lines it up, tees it easily. Now Clone and Broken together. Crossfire established, and now a 4-on-2, and I think this is LP just, yeah, they're out. They're done.
That's such an ugly round there from LP. You get two players downstairs. The bomb is there, but they're just trying to find a way to join hands and link up. They want to have some sort of synergy and utilize the man advantage that they have, but the two players that try to come down the stairs never can. They can't get through vent because there's a player in heaven watching. They can't get through ramp because they know that they've already found an AWP there. There could be a lot of time rotted off the clock to try and clear that out. So Allison doesn't move into that direction as well. And then you're kind of expecting ZMB to pull the trigger and find the necessary opening. He's got to go dry into some of these angles, and that's where Remix can kind of sit on his haunches and just play that turret-style AWP and nail the shot that he's looking for. And as soon as he finds that kill, it's basically round over, because then you can never get that bomb plant safely. It's unfortunate situations there for LP, but great work there from Mille to stick to their own guns and believe in the setup that they had there to deal with what was coming.
Yeah, this is going to be important too. Like, I mean, you know, I don't really always rely on the statistics of it too, but I mean, in history, we've seen that, you know, for Mille, like, it's always been the CT side that has really been the stronger end for them, right? Like, so I kind of wonder for them if they can be able to find a decent half on the CT to convert to T side. Does that really, you know, kind of paint the better picture for them, or who knows? I guess that'll be the question for T side. But this is interesting from LP in the sense that, you know, this has been a very quiet game in the sense of Allison's performance sitting at a 2 and 5. Leo hasn't really been able to find too much. It's been kind of hap with that, you know, 1-on-3 clutch. ZMB that was kind of, you know, running around just dueling and DMing in the first 3 rounds, and then otherwise it's been kind of quiet on the Western Front here. So this is where LP calling the timeout, I don't actually mind this because they really do need to kind of figure out a better game plan, because it's been 4 rounds in a row they pretty much have lost now, and that's going to start to kind of affect the mental, especially when you're down that map.
Yeah, absolutely. And losing as many rounds in a row as they have, it feels like they're losing their grip over this game. They'll buy back in. They've got 3 rifles. They've got plenty of utility. Back to outside we go. The Remix is also looking to find some impact early on. Surprisingly little damage taken in terms of utility for LP. It's LTZ to start out with 10 HP. But still, very forward-facing here over on door. Deep squeak door smoke comes through, and great connection there from ZMB, and they just want to go. They're going to go into these rifles, and now Remix has got to do a lot of work as these Tech 9s have just cut away the defense. Molotov is good enough to dissuade Remix from dueling. And sure, that nade connects for max damage, but it's no kill. And with that, they're just considering the save outright. LP, swift take of this upper bomb site. It's very simple, but it's decisive, and all that good utility work works splendidly. Actually, they're going to look for a flash play here to get him involved, but actually flashes up Broken himself, so because of that, they're going to fall away and try to save these guns. But yeah, still simple concept there from that T side after getting the entry, and it works out wonders.
Yeah, I like the idea that they were still kind of, you know, attempting the retake on that. I feel like those flashes, I think they actually kind of misplaced them, because it looked like, I think...
Yeah, it did.
Yeah, I was going to say that player in heaven was kind of not really taking advantage of it, but I do like the effort. It was good to see them actually trying to contest it. They're going to call the timeout here. And like you said, a very simple round in the sense of, you know, for LP, like nothing too flashy, nothing overly complicated, just a, you know, a pretty quick take that was able to get that, you know, Tech 9 to get the opening duel, and then it really just kind of felt like, you know, floodgate just kind of opened up. So now back to a tie game. The op's still into play here, so Mille is now going to have to make a decision of how they want to change up the composition here for the CT side. And EK's across the board here for LP. And I really do like this aggression that we're seeing from LP when they like try to look for this opening duel, when they're trying to put a little bit more pressure on it. I feel like that's been very beneficial for them, because you can tell Mille starts to kind of even get more passive than normal, and then they kind of reset up, you know, their positions, and I feel like that's where LP had been able to, you know, get the dominance and getting that real estate.
Now then, what's the change up here for LP? You want to stick to that pacier setup, but again, ZMB finds himself another entry. Sure, he takes some util damage, but you got that opener. You're feeling very nice. Flo now sitting behind his own util, not willing to give up this A bomb site or this hut space, more importantly, for free. This is really playing with fire here. Thinks better of it and decides to fall away. Remix now up to bat. But with Remix looking inside through Mini, Leo Monster has a lot of space in through outside if he wants it.
I was going to thank Leo Monster. I don't know if you're going to get that timing, and CLD gets the better of him, so back and forth with that 4-on-3 still for LP's favor. Getting the 3 onto ramp and just keeping that one player of Hap just outside, again lurking. Mille going to flush out CLD. He's actually going to commit to the gunfight, and he actually will be able to find at least one kill. A little bit of damage that was, you know, converted over, but not really too much. Still the man advantage. And now for the CT side, this is getting a little bit more scrambly, and Broken, a bit of a peek onto this. He gets the bomb dropped, but there it is. No. Broken's able to find a second, and that's an immediate trade back, so Hap is able to get it. With 10 seconds remaining onto this now, Remix. He's going to have to get moving. He's going to take this slowly. But he's going to have to hit the biggest shot right now. Oh no, he goes for the wrong reposition on this. Maybe not. Maybe he might be able to find it, and there we go. Remix will be able to get the quick scope, gets the defuse, and there we go. Mille survive another day.
Whew, boy, that was quite a sequence. Again, Broken with these massive double kills in like anchor situations have been so significant for making Mille competitive here. And sure, Hap arrives, but it's just too little too late. He's been good for some of these clutches as well. Great work to Remix, who's had a slow start of it here on Nuke, but when you get impact like that and you nail the shots that you're looking for, it doesn't matter. LP now running out of cash and slowly running out of util here as well to start things out. But aggression from Hap out through the doors, and they're going to continue this pressure. They don't want to give any bit of this space over. Allison and ZMB combine, and again they're looking at this A bomb site and forcing LTZ to come up big.
Good attempt here for the opening duels, but now things have kind of hit a little bit of a barricade on this, so now CLD actually can find the engagement through a smoke. One of the players has been able to slip through that vent now. Might not be so lucky, but actually will be gifted a kill. LTZ is able to get the trade off at least. This is a very even round, and considering that Allison's sitting at 4 HP, you have LTC with 11. Leo might look like he might try to go through vent to be able to find this kill. He does have the bomb in his hands.
It fell down. He got so lucky. And now he gets in a free opportunity to bomb plant down the lower side. But look at Remix. He's got the rotation in through ramp.
Yeah, he's in a good position here because, again, he can even throw a nade and do a lot of damage if he wants to. He's going to be able to hear this plant. So waiting things out. He's posted up. It's a guessing game. It's a 50-50, and oh my, he gets the perfect flip on it, and there it is. He knows exactly where Allison is. He's got the kit. Doesn't have a smoke, though, so he's gonna have to make a decision. Does he want to commit to this or not? He's got his head down. He's committing to the fuse, and Allison, you got to swing this, and there we go. With just spare seconds remaining, LP will be able to bounce back and making this to a 5-5.
I thought maybe he would fake that one out, just considering he heard the vent drop come through and that he would be able to get back to double doors, or he would be able to get back to double doors fast enough. But the stick comes through and Remix just cannot piece that one together. It gets real close. You're thinking, after a shot like that, Remix can do no wrong. But Allison, the hero of this map so far, in my opinion, is continuing to put in work here. Still a buy available, and Remix wants to find some redemption in round number 11.
ZMB going to get boosted up here onto the box here, so now another attempt here with the AWP from the T side of LP, but there's a strong position. CLD, they haven't spotted him yet. Do they even clear this? Oh, the trigger discipline. Oh, this is perfect. This is perfect, but now they're going to finally clear him, and he's able to get it with remaining bullets of 2 in the chamber, and now Allison should be able to find this quick duel. Allison, you got to go for the shot, but he's waiting things out. He's going to play the trigger discipline game. He's thinking that there's more CTs than that, but he finally goes for the kill. He stops playing with his food, and now Allison finds himself another kill. All of a sudden, the man advantage has turned around so quickly, leaving it just down to him. Now he has to pull up the 1-on-2 to get himself this quad situation. He's got the bomb on his back, but he's got a little bit of time to work with here, Paladin. He's got that 49 seconds, but he can't be too hasty on the time. He has to make a decision, and he has to be diligent about it.
Eventually, he's got to give up a sound cue. He's not going to be able to walk into a bomb site for free, that's for sure. And now, when does he pull the trigger in terms of that sound cue? Going back over to that hut side. Now, is he just going to stick it?
Yeah, I think so. Back of the site maybe with the smoke here. This is dangerous. Oh no, and he's been spotted. Oh, he's still committing to it. Oh my goodness, okay. Bomb goes down, so now, Mille, they're going to be able to fumble this no. They're going to grab the bag and they're going to be able to go. But man, oh man, I was thinking that was priming Allison up maybe nicely. What a weird situation for him to be in. I was thinking he was going to get off the plant, but look, he probably wanted that bomb plant money. Op's going to be grabbed back up here for the CT side. Utility, a full belt here for Broken. There we go, 6-5 as we're getting closer to the end point of this first half, but I love this play from CLD, and again, we see this again in a moment where a team does not check every single angle. We saw it before in Dust 2, where it was just a light eco round, but now that, you know, lack of discipline in that game sense has cost LP a big round.
Oh. Chance for Mille to edge out a win in the half. Not as many as they've probably been hoping for on this defense. Critical work done on the offense from LP. And they've still got 2 rifles to potentially get them back into this. And you've got Allison on that AK as well. Looking to him to do the damage. Cross smokes come through and Remix won't even attempt spamming through. So 3 players or 4 players get downstairs very swiftly, and there is no response from this upstairs committee. They've gone to the double doors, and it's only 1 rifler in Broken to come up huge here.
Oh, that Paul Flash is going to make worse things here for Broken. He was trying to get himself in a better position, but look at that. The perfect flash from Divine. He's been able to grab them this lower sight control. Look at Hap once again. Finds himself this lurk. Just being the pest. And now, AKs galore here. Rifles secured for the T side. Everything riding on this round. Absolutely needed here for both these teams. And ZMB might be able to find this. They don't clear their angles again. And oh man, CLD walks into the blender. And there's Allison to be able to get the job done. A double kill. And this whole first half is going to end to a 6-6 with a tie situation. But we're going to find out a little bit more as we get ready for the second half. Okay, welcome back, everybody. We're ready for the second half. second half here on Nuke, and now it's been to a 6-6 scoreline, and a little bit of back and forth of an affair, but it looks like, you know, both teams still showing a lot of life into this, but now that lifeline is going to have to be pulled a little bit here for LP, as they absolutely need to be able to win out this half to pushing this thing over to a third and final map if possible. Otherwise, Mille might be able to find themselves the upset of the day with a 2-0, but I don't know how I feel about this Paladin right now, because again, it really hasn't like screamed like one way or the other. It feels like it's just been such a ping pong match back and forth, and I don't even know what to think of the second half.
Yeah, it's not clean Counter-Strike on either end. I mean, you had some real ugly rounds in terms of LP's T side, but you also had some complete breakdowns on the CT side defense as well for Mille. So, I mean, it's really just who can have the less mistakes going into this second half, right? Is who can keep the level head, keep calm in these kinds of pressure situations, and piece it all together. Because right now, I don't really know who I would potentially give the flowers to. I mean, the problem is like, so a lot of these mistakes are like egregious. They're not like, oh, you know, we can kind of forget about it in the next round. It's like these are fundamental issues with how they're approaching some of these halves. But I guess we'll have to wait and see. I'm excited because when we get into these kind of grimy situations, that's when the CS just gets chaotic and very fun.
Yeah, especially for the South American region too, right? This is where things can get really, really interesting. But yeah, it's, you know, again, like I said, for Mille, like, you know, this isn't, on paper, has not been, the T side is not their best side. Like, it's a 48% win rate, whereas the CT is, you know, sitting at that 67. So that's where I kind of go, I'm curious if, you know, the stats are going to fail me, or if they're going to really kind of, you know, determine the outcome of this, because I felt like Mille was really strong on their T side on Dust 2. But now a map like Nuke, we saw that LP were getting aggressive. They were looking for opening duels right away. They were trying to play this very hard aggro style that I think did work out for them in quite a few of the 6 rounds they were able to find. But now that's going to be the biggest question of play styles and who's going to be a little bit different on this one. And LP are, you know, again, sitting themselves in a pretty good spot where they're 8-4 on this map. They've been pretty consistent. They've been able to play some really good teams, wins and losses, but we'll find out right here and now.
Let's get into it. Double dually set up here for Leo Monster and Allison. Curious to see where they want to go with this. CMB actually the one to start off the proceedings instead. Opening on this outer yard, and CLT will do him one better. Huge work there from him. And they're into the ramp now, Mille. Potentially able to split down to this B bomb site. Divines have been dinked on up. And a lot of room being gifted on over here to LP to get this B bomb plant and start off this pistol the right way.
Wow, they are hunting. They are hunting so fast onto this player because they know, like, I don't know if the comms were like, look, Divine's low, but look at how fast Divine's just running around and just playing this, like, duck, goose situation, just kind of like trying to hide and just, you know, really just burning as much time as possible. But CLD finds himself the triple kill in this pistol round, potentially maybe on the docket for the ace. Sitting in the heavens here with the dualies. Bomb's going to go down on the upper site. No kit's going to be available here for the CT side, so this is going to be them having to find the duels and having enough time to get the defuse done. Allison clearing up the top angle of Hut. He's been able to get this warning shots done, but Allison does find the engagement. The 2-2 now opening up. Allison getting a little bit more room, and Remix swings wide, and there it is. Remix to save the day. CLD and him together put the 5, and now we'll be able to find themselves at 7.
I honestly felt like there was a bit of an overcook there from Mille, trying just so hard to chase down the player on the B bomb site, when in reality they could have just taken the approach as steady as possible. And eventually that actually causes them to go upstairs, and that kill on the Heaven player, that basically decides the round. It's a very awkward gun duel, and if that goes south, honestly, there's a world where LP just climb back into it and steal one away. But luckily for them, they get that extra opener and put the hurt onto LP, and it's a forced buyout from the CT side. Scout out on Divine and gets a tag and lives to tell the tale as well.
Yeah, good connection, and now Leo can be able to pick up the scraps a little bit here. And Scout being able to get some good damage. Now Remix critically low as well. Double player here from the CT side. Leo's at 11. You got Divine sitting at half HP or just less than half HP. Now Mille is, you know, they're trying to figure out a game plan in this. You have the Scout and pretty much the MP7 is the rifle threats, we'll call it. And then you got the 5.7s to complement it right behind. But I do agree. I feel like, you know, Mille was kind of like overcooking a little bit. And that's what I'm a little bit worried about a map like this, where that overthinking and trying to just do some complex things is just so unnecessary. Now they're going to just try to bombard into the site. And Allison right on top of the hut. He's been able to spam away. It's trades galore, but it's slow. 30 seconds now. This is crazy. Like, the fact that we're this amount of time, they have to get moving. They cannot wait any longer.
Yeah, and now Allison, he's trained it on hut. If they try to walk out, it's game over. 15 seconds. There still has to be a decision being made, and nobody... They're saving! They're saving in a 3-on-4. Oh my goodness. I have no idea how this happens. I mean, your game plan is take outside control, and once that fails, just save? That's baffling to me. And a rifle recovered now for Hap as well. For Allison too.
Yeah, double rifle's going to be picked up too, so those Galils are going to be able to sing pretty a little bit here for the CT side. It just felt like they couldn't make a decision. You saw that they tried outside, they get a little bit of damage, then they try going through Squeaky, they realize they shouldn't, and then it just felt like, we're out of ideas. Let's just take it back to the board meeting room and let's just reset for round number 15, which it is baffling. I agree with you. I don't know how they put themselves in that kind of position. They just really couldn't make it the decision. A little bit of a spotlight on them playing their T side, like I talked about, with them having a low winning percentage on this. So not going to be great. And damage against Allison, just can't seem to finish the job. Finish the Appy, but can't get the meal done yet. And Allison lives another day into this one with 9 HP to spare. And AK is going to be picked up, so Mille is still going to try to contest this, but they haven't committed to a game plan yet. Double boost onto Red Box. Now Leo switching things over. Not able to find the shot, but instead it's a Leo to be able to monster on this one, so now takes down CLD. This is a great position for LP.
He started off this half with 2 kills, and Leo has found some critical kills to pull this back into contention here. Minute left on the clock still. Leo still alive and kicking here in the back of garage. 45 seconds now. Somebody's got to start making moves, and still completely static on this T-side approach. It's given time for ZMB to get to the secret stairs and pop up. You realize that maybe it's open, but in a matter of timing, LTZ capitalizes. 3-on-3 now, but still 2 players up on this upper site. And with the time continuing to rot away, they've got to give a sound cue over, and nothing is happening. Eventually, somebody's got to make a move.
Yeah, somebody's got a whole W here. Like, someone has got to get a move on here, and I mean, they picked the wrong one. They go through Squeaky again, and they just think that, look, let's play the choke point. Let's play the hardest way to go into the site, and they get done, and this round's over, and LP are going to be able to have it. And again, this is where I'm just not understanding the IGLing right now, and this is where, for Mille, I'm kind of hoping they're going to call a timeout here, because this is becoming a problem. Like, this is looking beyond sloppy, so they do call the timeout, thankfully. Like, this has been looking so flustered and just no game plan, no direction. It's like the blind leading the blind in this situation. I just don't even understand.
Yeah, and I mean, now you've basically lost every bit of momentum that you've developed over the course of this game. Any little bit that was there. And now you've got to really battle back. I don't know how you will in this kind of situation, when now the economy's out of your favor, the rounds have fallen apart, and LTZ's got $0. Like, I think he died after time or something. I'm not exactly sure how he has a P250 and that's it. But now you've got that to worry about in round number 17. This is turning ugly very quickly, and unfortunately for Milas, I am not a believer anymore.
He's not believing. We'll have to wait and see. It's definitely not looking convincing to give any sort of belief. So I'm not too far behind you on this one. And this is where Nuke can be so difficult to play on the T side, right? If you don't have any sort of coordination or just no direction, again, it's just you can't get away with anything. Look at Hap. Should be able to have a field day of a situation. Yes, he will. Bomb does go down. So I mean, actually, again, not a terrible consideration. This AK going to be picked up. I don't think he's long for this world, but if he can be able to find any more kills, this could be really nice for them, but no, not going to happen. Bomb plant's going to do, add a little bit of coin to the pocket. LP now put themselves in a 2-round buffer, which will now put a lot of question marks onto this following round as we get ready to go. We got the 5,000 available for 3 different players. I don't know if we'll see a glass cannon op. I'd like to just see them go straight rifles personally, but we'll wait and see. Nonetheless, small little accomplishment we'll take from this T side. Well. Nades galore outside. Okay. So a little bit more decision.
Yeah, and you know, commit to this style immediately, and they do. So CLD gets downstairs, and they'll have the rest of their players join hands. Meanwhile, Clone goes down, but Hap is playing on the edge of the smoke and should be able to catch, you think, the tail of the situation, but he does not. CLD and company still smoked off here. Gives chance for ZMB to move back over, but doesn't realize how quickly the smoke was fading. Does still survive. With all those men spotted, surely LP caused some rotations downstairs, and Divine has arrived. But again, Laz. Oh my goodness. A bit of overcooking here. They're going back upstairs into the crosshairs of Allison, and luckily, fortunately for them, he finds nothing. They can trounce back over to this A bomb site. They can go into Hap. Surely they can trade. There's got to be some sort of cohesion to take him out, and they finally find it. Take significant damage to do so. They will get themselves a bomb plan, but ZMB and Divine will still have a look in.
Yeah, still got themselves an opportunity here. I mean, double players onto Heaven. Got the flashes available. You got an HE there. Good nade actually does land a pretty significant amount of damage. Broken, looks like I thought he was going to look the wrong way, but he's able to turn his back, the 180 headshot, and that's it. And there's no way Divine should be going for this. Just keep that op in the rotation. They do have some money. It's not the greatest. I mean, you got Divine sitting at 57, Hap with 40, 47 as well, so it should be fine, but yeah, I agree with you. Like, there's been a lot of, you know, we're going to take the site, we're going to fake. It just kind of feels like they're trying to do fakes, or they're just trying to play more of a mind game, but it feels like they're mind gaming themselves. It just, you know, yeah, they win the rounds, but it's not convincing. I'm going to be honest.
Unfortunately, the thought process in that round there is also wrong. Like, going back into Allison is also wrong. But again, it's one of those very fortunate situations that, you know, nothing crazy happens in terms of losing men. But I don't know. I don't think they've had a single round here where they've seen a bomb site and gone after it to try and take it and committed to that bomb site. Very bizarre, but they're going to try to get down the vents this time around. They take so much damage, but the bomb gets down nonetheless. They're going to go straight into Hap, and Hap is, I mean, he's calmed down. He's gotten every bit of communication that this is happening. Nade comes through, and LTZ is going to try to survive for as long as possible, but it's just him downstairs. He can't plant this bomb. I don't really know what the game plan is now, considering he's there. They have the bomb downstairs, but both Remix and CLD are so far away.
Yeah, this is where they might just need those two players to maybe lurk around a little bit to be able to find some kills. But that bomb dropped. I mean, again, this round's over. Like, I mean, there's just no way that, I mean, there should be no way that Mille is going to be able to find themselves. This is a 2-on-5 attempt. No bomb control. LP could just literally put every single player in lower, and it's a done deal. So this is where you can see the T's are just now going to pack up their bags. They're going to, go to a new destination, meaning they're going back to spawn because they have nothing to work with. No options, nada. And this is where we see another round that just kind of falls apart with some questionable decision making that's happening in the round. And I'm kind of indifferent of how I feel about the squeaky, vent push on a gun round.
Oh no, I find extreme issue with that. I think that exactly. It's very outdated. I mean, we haven't seen vent drops in like tier 1 Counter-Strike in a long time. So
yeah.
Because there's protocols, right? As you saw from LP there, it's smoke up in through the lurk. There's a nade open to kick that vent smoke open. You've got a player watching it from heaven through the angle. You have a player in Tetris watching. There's that initial sequence of plays that happen from the CT side to make sure that doesn't happen. And if you're Uno Mille, you've got to have adaptations to realize, okay, how are we going to make this happen? Actually, there wasn't even a nade open to kick open the smoke. The lurk smoke hadn't even been dropped yet, and they're trying to drop in through the vent. So even in that sequence, they didn't even have that all put together. So it's clear to me that I think now you're starting to see the difference in caliber between LP and Uno Mille on a map like Nuke, where the protocols are in place for LP, and sure, the execution might not be that stellar, but they have the protocols and they have the understanding of how the flowchart works on CT sides of this map.
Now Leo should be able to find himself a double. Yeah, easily done. Great flash coming in from Divine. That just really allowed him to just get a perfect shot off. And now there we go. 11th round's going to be up for grabs here. Unless Remix can just pull the most impossible situation and can mix a track that's just we're never going to forget here for round number 19. Otherwise, I think this can be all over with. But does have the bomb. No utility. A Galil in hand. There's a player just on the other side of the silo. And again, there's positioning. Should be able to have this. I mean, this is again where he might be able to find a kill. Oh no, that's not going to help. And he does get the second. Okay, so now it does get a little interesting, but Hap right there to save the day. There we go, 11th grabbed. I was starting to believe a little bit, I'm going to be honest. I was getting a little hype. I was like, okay, this could cook a little bit.
Luckily, there was that ramp kind of emergency card for LP to pull. And now poor purchase here for Uno Mille to defend their honor against map point. And it feels like LP have well and truly turned the page on this map here. Punished mistakes very well, and you've gotten players to lift off. Leo Monsters had a slow game, found his footing outside, and the rifle core still looks stellar, but hey, hold the phone. Broken has found himself a scout headshot here.
That's a little bit of hope here that maybe could be nice. Actually, even a secondary kill here for Cologne being able to find that P2. So he'll take some damage. But look, that's not a bad position. Now it's a question of LP with the repositioning on this. This is where things could get a little sticky. But this is where now, Paladin, I'm kind of wondering the cook in here.
What now? What now?
What is the plan now? What do we do?
Oh,
we've got 2 kills. How do I move?
If helps. Divine misses like that, then yeah, now you've got all the space in the world. So everybody's trying to re-engage and get back in. And then, missed shots from ZMB, Hap, Divine. They've all got to do it on their own. Make that just Divine. Switches over to the AK, but the bomb's gone upstairs. And a couple of unruly mistakes on the other end from LP. I did mention about, how the first half had gone through, that so many mistakes on both ends. It's whoever makes the least. And while I did think that it was LP pulling away, maybe there's a couple of twists and turns left in this one yet.
Yeah, a little bit of overextension, right, from LP, like just kind of swinging, going for duels, maybe feeling a little overconfident in the situation, and just like that, right? It creates a little bit of an opening in 9th round that, yeah, I agree with you. I don't think it really should have been in favor at all for Uno Mille. So not a bad situation for these guys to get a little bit of a breath to catch on this one. But again, the job is still nowhere near done. Guns are repurchased right back up here for the CT side, but that is going to hurt the economy quite quite a bit in this one. Now we have to see how will this round actually pan out, because round number 21, this could have a lot of implications into it, because this is where, like, Mille, if they can find this, I mean, truthfully, this could be a tie game so quickly, like, without a doubt. In theory.
Definitely so. Now, what's the game plan here from Mille? That pace definitely worked out, but you've got the gimmicks done. Now you've got to put together a gun round here. And they haven't been able to do that so far in this game.
It makes me nervous. Like, I keep thinking that Mille is... I'm kind of curious what their game plan is, because I'm just, again, the amount of overthinking and so much thought, and then it just looking not the greatest. It makes me wonder, but waiting things out. Smoke wall going to get thrown now from red box. Paul flash galore. That nade should be able to do a little bit of damage. Actually does more than a little bit of damage. And oh, that's going to be a good kill. Leo's going to be able to find the last bolt to the head for LTZ, and now 4-on-2, make it to the 4-on-1, and Remix now a question, do you save or do you go? And no bomb, not a lot of real estate to work with. This is where, you know, LP, they shouldn't be pushing really. I feel like they could just play the smart game and just play passive and wait things out. Kind of seems like they're going to get aggressive into lobby. And it looks like one of these players, I think that's actually Hap. He's going to just try to, you know, entertain the idea. They all swing together, not bad at all. So they'll be able to find themselves map point. And one more needed, and we get all the way to Inferno, to the third and final.
Unfortunately, just no gas left in the tank here for Mille, and still not able to get the job done on gun rounds. They just didn't have enough depth in their playbook. And now, you know, they'll take an extra time out here to discuss what they can do, but I mean, you're getting players on P250s now. I think LTZ might be on a Galil. It's not looking pretty, to say the least, Laz. Feels like Inferno is in an inevitability.
Yeah, kind of feels like it, doesn't it? Well, hey, maybe they'll go through Squeaky and they can win the round. I don't know. Maybe they're gonna, you know, they're gonna bring back the meta.
I believe in the vent drop.
Oh boy. I mean, you know, the one thing that has been kind of surprising in some degree is that Divine, I don't feel like, has really been showing a strong presence with the op so far in this map. Like, I mean, if they can somehow find a situation where they go outside again and he's just not hitting the shots, I mean, it creates a lot of space, which we saw 2 rounds ago. But that's kind of banking a lot here, so we'll wait and see. Lobby control for the T side, waiting things out slowly and surely. Some good old self boosts onto the silo will do.
It's an upper execution. Completely trying to commit to this idea of keeping it simple, but Leo has dealt with the mini wrap, and that changes things very drastically here for them. And but that's the difference. The squeaky push comes through from Allison. He was thinking it was a complete fake, but it's a double pump. Comes a second load of utility here for this T side, but Hap's here to completely box them in and make sure that this doesn't fall out of control. They're still going to wait. They're going to wait for the smoke to fade before they decide to pounce through. Or maybe they just do it dry. Clone will try to approach just a little bit more. And LTZ spots out another player, but nobody decides to pull the trigger, really. Now Molly still available, but LTZ catches out Hap. A bit too aggressive there from the ramp player, and now the map opens up a little bit for Mille.
Yeah, this has been overextensions by 2 different times, so this has actually been feeding these guys. Make it a third. So, like, I'm really questioning this game plan from LP. Like, it's very careless because it kind of feels like they're just playing this one-on-one game, and they've essentially just given bodies to a situation that they didn't need to. Yeah, there's 14 seconds remaining, and maybe ZMB can kind of stop this. The plant has to come through now. Should be fine, and ZMB is going to go down, so Mille, I don't know what kind of lifeline or what they did to put themselves in this kind of a situation, but they have now been able to find this 10th, which I feel like it shouldn't have been their way, because I just feel like LP over pushing like that, I don't really understand it. Maybe Allison's I can get on board with, where, like you said, he was thinking, okay, I'm going to go for the flank, I might be able to find a kill, that's going to stunt them a bit more, and that's a done deal. But then we get to see, I think it was Hap that went next, and then it was Divine that went after. Like, I'm not fully getting it. So this has been a carousel of just questions and head scratching, and I don't know, Paladin. I've been really pondering a lot on this, but look, if you're a Mille fan, you're going to be a little bit more ecstatic about this because you're still alive in this game for the time being, and maybe, just maybe, could it scream overtime? I don't know.
Maybe, man. Maybe. I mean, Nuke's a hard map. It's not an easy map to figure out, and you see all these mind games happening. It makes you realize just how complex this can get, and one small mistake can unravel rounds of conditioning. And back to just considering some KC play here. It's aggression in from Divine. He goes down, but it's more aggression in from Ramp. I mean, the lobby crunch hadn't worked previously. Why would it work now? 4-on-2 now for Mille, and they've got the economy on the ropes as well for the CT side. Maybe overtime is happening.
Yeah, you know the old saying, if it ain't broke, don't fix it? It feels like LP didn't catch that song or that, saying, because they've been trying to just fix everything when it didn't need to be fixed. Everything that they were doing before was perfect. And now they've just been creating so many opportunities here for Mille to get themselves back in this game. You don't even see Leo be able to find this kill. Allison might get himself a little bit of a consolation kill, but instead he's going to wait things out.
Why are they
Still
going
a guessing
A?
game. And now they're going to go A. Oh, broken! That's going to be the bomb
A?
too. This is so questionable. The bomb's dropped in heaven. Oh, dear goodness. You have got to be kidding me. And now Allison in a power position, maybe to be able to end the deal. Single-handedly has been able to find kill after kill after kill. And now all of a sudden, this advantage goes in favor. And somehow, Allison pulls up a quad to getting them done. And Mille fumble the bag when it was theirs. And we go to a map 3.
One last time to try and fake going to another bomb site. In a 4-on-1, they decide to send the bomb up through heaven. I have never seen anything like that, ever. But Allison, the win condition for LP through and through, is the MVP to pull us to map number 3. Inferno definitely on the cards now. And now if you're LP, you're smiling from ear to ear. You've got your trump card lying in wait on this decider. And if you're Mille, you're going to want this one back and then some.
Yeah, absolutely. Could not disagree more. But look, we're gonna take a bit of a cool off as we're ready to go for map number 3. So sit back, grab a snack, whatever you need, and we'll get ready for Inferno to determine who's moving on to that grand final. We'll see you in a little bit. All right, welcome back, gamers. We're ready to go for the third and final map here for South America for ECL Season 51. Laz and Paladin have been able to walk you through this, and we're going to bring you to one more map to conclude the deal to see, again, who is going to be able to get themselves into that grand final spot and who is going to be able to take that third place placement. So now, I mean, look, Paladin, I'm going to be honest. I've been a little bit discombobulated. I'm trying to figure out my mind to figure out what we watched on Nuke. It was a bit of a blender. It was a bit of an ugly one. But look, it's brought us here now to the beautiful landscape of Inferno. What are we thinking?
Yeah, I had to walk outside and just take a look at the nice green grass outside.
Appreciate the nature, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, because there's a lot more things to other than just CS. But anyways, beyond that, of course, the chaos of map 2 was just all over the place, and at the end of it all, you've got a player in Allison who has done a magnificent job in keeping this team in the conversation on all maps that we've played so far in the series. On Dust 2, in terms of his aggression, in terms of opening up the sides, and then on Nuke, still having that same level of aggression, but also adding in the crazy clutches as well. You can't forget that 1-on-4 that he had to make sure that this second map of play didn't go into overtime. He now sits at a 1.43 rating with a 3.74% swing, and that kind of paints the picture of how much impact this guy has had so far in this series. And now we move over to Inferno, which feels like a lot of the more comfortable aspects of LP, and I think that a lot of their playstyle can lend itself to winning on this map pretty effectively. And honestly, on the other side of things, I think it makes me a little worried for Mille, a team that is very indecisive, has not been able to commit to one idea, and on Inferno, that swinging back and forth, it happens all the time, and I'm a little worried that those same ideas and protocols will come back to haunt them on this map as well.
Yeah, no, I agree with you, and I was just trying to think about that because this map especially where, the retakes can be probably the worst retake map. I feel like it has to be, right? I feel like this is probably one of the most difficult, if not on the CT side, if I'm not mistaken. But it's a tough one because I feel like, despite Mille's, win record on this, yes, it is one of their higher ones. It is a 71% win rate with a 5-2. But on the same breath, they have played LP on this map before. That was quite a while ago. That was the beginning of the year where I think they actually lost like 13-7. So a little bit of a rematch potentially in the making. Whereas, for a team like LP, this is not a relatively, bad map for them considering they're at a 100% win rate with a 7-0. So on paper, I'm not even really relying on paper stats anymore because I feel like that's completely thrown out the window. I kind of just scrapped all the books and I threw them out my window. I just said, look, I'm done with it. But it does kind of give you a little bit of a picture of this is going to be a decent map for them, or it should be, but we'll have to see.
Yeah, of course. I mean, a lot of these map stats, as you kind of noticed in our previous map of Nuke, hopelessly did not explain how different classes both these teams were. Of course, it still ends 13-11, right? And you're thinking, okay, one team is significantly not significantly better than the other, but I mean, you can tell in terms of the protocols and how LP wanted to approach Nuke that they understood the ideas and themes of that map a lot better than Mille. So, I mean, we don't necessarily know how effective LP's Inferno could be, but I just think that all over the course of this series, this team that we've seen develop has all the tools in their arsenal to make Inferno a very easy home ground to stomp out this potential upset brewing. And, I think that Allison is the guy that you're looking to yet again. I mean, of course, there are still some key factors beyond him. Divine has had some moments. Leo Monster has had some moments. It's just who is going to be that second fiddle to help Dash or LP in this situation get back to those winning ways and complete this series reverse sweep.
Yeah, and it's a good point you bring up too, because again, we talked a lot about the head-to-head and and the players and things like that, and where we said for Mille, it's been LTZ. We were thinking statistically Unreal has really just been a star performer on this group. He's been very quiet, whereas we put Allison from the LP side of things, and he has been really kind of delivering. I mean, I feel like map 1 wasn't like the strongest performance, but it was relatively fine. And then map 2 is really where he was starting to shine pretty well in this, right? Even that 1v4 to close out Nuke definitely feels like it's a good moment. But look, we're gonna kind of get things ready. It seems like the players are still kind of getting themselves a little bit organized as we get into this last map here. So we're gonna take a short break, and we'll try to, you know, rein these guys in and get them ready to go. So don't go too far, and then we're going to be ready to go back for the third and final map here to decide who is going to be moving on and who is going to be done. We'll see you in a little bit. Okay, we're ready to go. Knives are out. We're ready to go in the third and final. How's your prediction feeling here, Paladin?
Counter-terrorists win.
I think might be LP here. I think that's kind of where my head's going. It's I don't know. I feel like even though this game has been relatively 50-50 across the series, there's just a little bit of extra X factor to the way LP has been playing that has been exciting and more interesting to me. And I think that the baseline level of protocols that they have and the way they've been approaching the game is just a slight cut above what Mille can provide. Of course, that's still not saying and including the conversation about Remix and CLD. So we'll see if they have, the gumption to turn the tide to battle as Remix goes charging into this B bomb site. Flashes were good, but again, they're gonna tuck tail. They're gonna go back over to the A bomb site, and that's exactly where they've been boxed in all the way through. Allison hears all of this. Now these other dual Berettas can go to town. Hap, Allison, they chime in. 3 kills between the two of them. And it's just broken left up in a 1-on-4.
Yeah, it kind of feels like his fate has already been a little bit sealed on this one, but I mean, at least he has the bomb, and again, he's got some time that he can work with a little bit, and this is where LP have been a little bit careless, but thankfully for this one, they're going to be able to seal the deal nicely here, and you know, like you said, Leo was able to lock things down with the dualies and the first opening duels into B, and then you could just see that Mille was just they weren't having it, and then they're like, let's go plan B where we go up mid with no utility and just taking it dry. So I mean, didn't work out for them, and this is where I'm really wondering how their T side could be on a map like Inferno. But I mean, statistically speaking, theoretically it is their better side, so this is where I kind of beg the question. But when you have pretty much a 12-1 record on a map like this for LP, it's not something you can just kind of ignore. But Remix is going to get aggressive, and I was thinking maybe he was going to be able to find a kill. Does some good damage, but it's just not enough, and now a little bit of a cleanup, a 5-on-2 instantly, and this should be done and over with momentarily. Easy pickings, and nobody actually gets taken out, so a nice flawless round for LP, just keeping that money afloat, which will be nice as they get into round number 3.
Perfect start there for LP on their CT side. Didn't lose much of anything. You have multiple players on 4K. I can use this round as a bit of a bonus. You got Divine on this AWP, and CT smoke doesn't actually work as intended, so Divine can't play ahead of that, but either way, they've still got themselves car control, whether they know it or not.
A lot of respect, though, from LP, though, right? I mean, again, you got the triple player into Banana, you get the double here in Bracket. They're playing a little bit more aggro, so they're trying to use that smoke in mid right now, where they can just be a little bit up close and personal on this, but Hap is going to be able to find that duel, so a little bit of information gained, and taking down a heavy hitter like CLD is definitely going to bode well for LP fans. And now a swing from Allison does cost him his life, but is that going to be enough confidence built up here for Mille to be able to push themselves into this? A little bit of utilities they still can work with, but Hap does get the better timing of this, and EMB, I don't know what, again, I don't know why we see these pushes when we don't need them, but it happens, Paladin. I want to repeat a nuke. Fresh start. Maybe not. Maybe so.
I mean, I like this noise cutting from Mille. They've been able to walk all the way up into the lane. LTZ is wary of an apartments play, but has just missed the timing, and so is Leo Monster. He's dropped down into mid. They'll plant. I mean, there's just no thought. I mean, he's running all the way thinking that it's Banana, completely unaware of what's going on here. And now, I think they just have to save in this 3-on-3. There's just no reason to go for this.
Yeah, if they had a little bit better positioning, or if Leo would have been closer maybe to go for a fight, we could have seen something. But yeah, you're right. I mean, it looks like they're just going to let this one go. And like you said, I think it really came down to the detail of them just cutting the noise. You saw the push that was already happening here from LP. Kind of just missed each other like ships through the night. And Mille is actually going to be able to find themselves around, but the question is, can they keep these guns afloat? Oof, okay, they will. I think they'll be able to pick up a AK as well for their efforts. So there we go. Kind of an interesting round how that kind of, panned out. But again, let's not forget that there was some SMGs that were still kind of on the backs here of LP players. So now this is where money's still quite good, so they're going to be right back into a gun round. If we can see Uno being able to find this, that could be a good kickstart for them to maybe get a small lead position. Good spotting on this one. Mille gonna get thrown. Banana control does actually get grabbed up, and Leo, a little bit of a late peek onto this. Actually recommits, though. He was hoping that ZMB's flash was going to be able to land, but it's actually given some boost here for LTZ to be able to find that opener. So that's going to be a really good way for them to get the man advantage. Now this puts this in a little bit more of a grim in this situation for these CT players, because now they can play the 2-2. But again, they have to be able to have these trades, because if they don't, I mean, this round could just be over with quickly.
A lot of space given over by LP. Apps control lost as well. Banana control lost. And I mean, a gamble is not a bad call here. They're going to send Hap and Divine's thinking about it. You're just hoping that Clones doesn't find anything on this lurk, or is just too slow. And he is. I mean, he's not going to get any information. They're going to go straight into the stack. Allison and ZMB combined, but it's still not enough. Can they find that third player in the back of the bomb site? I mean, it doesn't matter. Molly comes up, but they know what's happening. CLD will plant the bomb, and it should be round over now that Clone's on the wraparound. Oh, but Clone goes down.
Yeah, there's still lots of time though too. So I mean, again, this is very well a retakeable situation, and utility isn't available here for the T side either, and they actually do have utility here for the CT. So how's he gonna be able to creep himself into this? He's actually been able to grab a lot of LTZ though. That's gonna be a great kill. They haven't been able to spot Hap though, and CLD I should say. Is he gonna be able to check his 6? And indeed he will. So they will be able to find it. Op gonna be picked up as well. So a second round grabbed up. But through all and all of that, I mean, LP, I'm glad they went for it. It was not looking the greatest situation in the beginning. And that kill on the Clone was a pretty big difference maker, in my opinion, which allowed just the seal to be faded on this one. But a lot of investment back into this one, Paladin. So they have depleted the bank accounts. They have gone through everything. They've taken out loans, and now they're going to have to hope that they can be able to find round number 5 to get some payback.
Yeah. Don't really have the greatest buy to do that with. 3 MP9s and not a lot of utility. Luckily, they've still been able to get banana control off that limited bit. And now, it does put a little bit of pressure, but they're not holding on to banana. They don't want to. They can't continue to cycle the smoke at bottom T stairs, so they've got to fall back over to car. And they're just going to call a gamble. They're going to say, okay, we can leave this jump spotting player and Leo Monster here. We can cycle the smoke once more and hope that they can come into this stack. But even then, it's indecisiveness here from LP as ZMB moves back over to give another smoke to Leo Monster.
Bracket control going to be grabbed up here for the T's too, so actually I think if I'm not mistaken that's going to be Hap. Yeah, so he's just in little mini pit there, and now he's going to get himself out of this, or mid cubby. And normally is again just really sitting back. 30 seconds have to go now. They cannot second guess. They have to commit to this. Leo's going to be able to spot this. Now they have to run through a smoke. This is going in blind. And Leo can only find the one, but that is going to be a free sight. So now, thankfully, they can count their lucky stars. They're going to be able to get this plant through. And I think they've been able to find themselves this round. And I was thinking that could have been potentially a really bad situation. Clone with the big lurk, and there we go. A third is going to be on the board. And Allison might just try to go for the hunt to look for a rifle. Pick up as much utility, a defuse kit as much as possible, maybe, unless Clone can get the better of it, and he will. So that's going to be a quad kill for him, too. Not a bad round. It looked a little bit scary with the time getting low, but it was a decent read, and Leo kind of playing a bit of a heroic position, and he really rolled the dice on it.
Yeah, that's the gamble, you know, that if you have a jump spotting player on B, especially if you lose car, at that point it's a lost cause. You got to cut your losses and move back over to the B bomb site, but it never happens. And that ends up forcing Leo's hand into playing ahead. And I think you could probably name the number of highlights on one hand of who's been able to hold down car like that ever. So definitely a difficult situation there for Leo. one that he didn't want to be in the first place. And Uno Mille have a chance to rack up some rounds. Eco on the other end, and a lot of these gambles from this CT side have just not panned out. They've not had enough information off the back of the gambles, and because of that, some of them look a little weird to call.
They are kind of running into the stack too, right? So you got also in our first orange, you got the double stack that's here too. Oh, this could be a little scary here, Paladin. Slowly creeping through, Broken. Finds an easy kill. There we go, good flash. Ooh, I was thinking Leo, maybe if he could find it. Oh, that's... Oh, okay, remix. I was thinking, what are we doing? We're picking up a gun, and that could have been dangerous, but okay. They recover well, it's fine, it's all good. And you can even see CLD is actually going on the full hunt right now. Like, I don't even mind this, honestly, because even if he goes down, they still have 2 players in the site. They could kind of, you know, keep that money a little bit afloat. It's fine. It would definitely make an effect here for LP, but it looks like he's actually just going to backskirt this a little bit and play back. So, not, you know what? Not a bad round. Despite them going into a stack, they took it probably one of the best ways you could.
So Hop does get to save over this AK. And sure, that's nice. Be an extra added bonus into round number 7 here, but right now it just feels like they're being outread, and I'm surprised to say that. It's Uno Mille that I feel like has, as far as the series is concerned, have made the wrong reads and have not been able to get through a lot of these late round situations, but they've been the better late round team so far. And LP feel like they've been relying a lot on chance rather than trying to make their own destiny. This time around, again, they're not going to go for deep banana control. They're not willing to fight for it, and instead they're going to try to retake it later on. That duel is definitely an interesting one. They try to have an app set up here as well. Luckily for them, it goes 1-for-1, so we still have ourselves a 4-on-4. Make that 4-on-3. And Uno Mille have found another lease on life.
Yeah, but in a situation like this too, like this is problematic right now for LP because when you're down a player, or down players, I should say. I mean, now you have to kind of gamble stack this, right? So you have the double player in B, you have Just Divine kind of posted up in apartments at A, and this is where you put so much pressure for one of your anchor players to really just, again, find the duels, being able to lock it down, burn enough time for the long rotate to come through. So this is asking a whole lot for Divine. And again, I haven't been fully convinced his op has been that hot today, but this could be the moment that he might be able to be a diamond in the rough and he might be able to just do something big and miraculous, but he's going to get tested and everybody... Oh, dear goodness, Paladin. I was thinking, surely they're not just going to all swarm out of apartments. Yes, they are. Oh, why wouldn't they? Why wouldn't they all just go out of a choke point? They're going to go for it. Pop flashes galore. Divine. Oh, he can't even get the shot off and his op is broken. He can't even get the click down and this round's over.
Yeah, this is looking really sharp from Uno Mille. I can't lie. I mean, their mid-round contacts are perfectly placed. LP are kind of resting on their haunches, hoping to just get the information gifted on over to them, and that's just not how you can play CT side Inferno. It's not like that anymore. You have to play ahead. You have to find map control earlier on and force the T side to reclaim positioning. They haven't taken that deep banana smoke. You're not throwing the deep banana smoke off spawn. So because of that, you're not able to duel early. And then when they're retaking it, they're not able to retake it with enough force because you've got multiple players already scaling into the middle of banana. And because of that, you're starved of information. You're putting your players into some really weird situations. And, you know, they try to get aggressive here, but after that one play happens and the apartment setup collapses, they just disassemble. They don't even try to like re-engage in some way. They don't try to retake brackets. They give it all up. They move it all back over to the A bomb site, and that's where you have the opportunity for a team like Uno Mille, who have done these contact plays very well, to just walk all the way in through apartments. In one of those rounds, previously you saw them walk all the way through brackets. They can just do that because they've been given so much room, and something's got to change. Hopefully in that timeout they've been able to discuss LP and realize that they've got to be a little bit more forward facing. Let these players that are so aggressive be aggressive, players like Allison specifically.
Yeah, it's a great point. It really is, because again, like you said, their CT setups, they have these unique ones, and then they kind of just pull away from it. Divine just goes for the old quick peek onto this. Still posted up. Blind as a bat, though. Can't be able to find it, but luckily Theo is there to save the day. Maybe now finds the double. Mille now tries to do something a little bit different. They just try to run through Banana. Better off taking it the slow way, and now they are able to find the kill through the smoke. Almost able to find the tail end here for ZMB. It looks like they are just going to put all their eggs in this basket. They're going to go towards this B site, but the double CT players here, ZMB is going to go for the swing. It's an instant trade out. But now for Clone, though, this is problematic because, again, he does have a minute. He's got the smoke here for CT. He's going to commit to the plant. But he has to be able to isolate these duels. He has to be able to find a situation where he needs to be able to find these kills quickly and swiftly. But instead of pushing forward, he's actually going to go into Banana. He's going to play a very tight angle into the cubby. And now LP, a guessing game for them. But they should have an inkling that he should be in Banana. Full utility available right now for Clone. And now Fake Diffuse comes in. A little bit of a peekaboo. He doesn't even get off of it. And there we go. Diffuse gets done. They have the kit. And they just get it with some time.
Whew, real worrying there for just a moment, but LP get it over the line, and it's just great work here from LP to play forward. I mean, you have a play on the corner, bait and switch setup for Leo on the sandbags, and that's what you're kind of looking for. Let it play out of the clutch situations, back your players to win in the clutch, and now LP have an opportunity to bounce back on this defensive half, continue those willing ways, but nope, still back to it, still only playing off of car, and they'll recreate this apartment setup here, or they're trying to at least initially, but can't do it. CLD gets in a boiler, but ZMB also boosted up on the other end.
I do like the boost, though. It is good because, again, this can be a strong position.
The spam nearly connected, actually, to ZMB there. He takes a little bit of damage. I'm surprised a sound cue wasn't given over, but he's staying strong.
Yeah, look at how passive that LP are playing on this, too, though, right? Like, not moving a muscle. Nobody's just kind of re-aggressing for Banana control. Everybody's just kind of a little bit of a jiggle here and there from Leo, but there's a lot more patience on this one, a little bit more discipline. Leo actually, okay, he actually goes for the swing. He commits to the fight. He's going to be able to find the lurk of LTZ. So now, LP's going to get the memo that things are a little bit too quiet on Banana. Now they're going to investigate this, so this is good timing. And ZMB now can be able to find it, but he can only get the one. Mille now going to be able to flush out into apartments. Ooh, actually a bit of a miss. They don't land it. Still in a strong position, tries to use the smoke to his advantage. He's blind, though. That flash works perfectly. Now, Remix, you need to do something big, but no, it's just going to be Allison tucked away in the sight, and there's Divine right between the eyes, and there they go. They're able to survive this, finding another round in favor for them.
You know, funnily enough, I think that Mille actually might have cost them the round. You're hoping that it flushes a player out of mini pit or in that front hay bale position as well that you commonly see used these days. And because it misses, there's a player that's able to move in half here to just get that trade kill in. And allows for Allison also to find a little bit more extra off a cold box. But you know, maybe if they're able to trade there effectively, Allison max gets 1 kill, but doesn't work out this time around. Couple of small unforced errors here from Mille, but the right ideas. That's the cool part, is that you can definitely see that this is a team re-energized and have the right idea for trying to pull this one over the line here, Les.
To the 3-2 setup, and actually the CTs, tons of utility, just raining HEs, and look at the damage they are able to inflict on this, actually. So LTZ down to 41, Broken with 56. Now Divine is starting to cook a little bit more with that premium gas here. He's starting to find some good kills. Like, he's not popping off in terms of stats, but he's getting the kills when needed. And now LTZ, a good opener. And now Leo just trying to burn as much utility as possible, but bullets are remaining. Not going to be enough. That's going to affect them. And now look at it's just raining Molotovs, and they are just trying to flush every player out, but Leo's still hiding behind it. He still gets a kill. How does he get away with this one? And this has just become problematic. Remix now with the AWP in hand, a minute remaining. Decisions have to be made, tough choices, and he's going to slowly retreat out of this. The CTs are going to double up. They're grouped together. He might be able to slip away. He might be able to get to this A site. Now he's got the runners on. He's going for a full-on sprint. Knife out. He's ready for the plant. But now the question's going to be, how does he go for this post?
He's got a couple of options here for himself. But he doesn't have to play aggressive. He plays pretty far back, trying to use his AWP with these long-range angles to his advantage. And maneuver back over to mid. I think a sound cue was given, and Remix will capitalize. But does he know about Divine, the second player lurking in through the brackets? Oh, but there's the second sound cue. He's heard all of it. And now Remix has every bit of information to piece this one together. The jiggles have to be absolutely exquisite. And it's a miss from Remix, but the quick scope is even better. 6 rounds found for Mille, and Remix has still come back out to play.
Wow, that's perfect play from him too. And I was thinking, man, with that missed shot, I was thinking maybe it could have been all over. You could see there was a jiggling there. You saw that they were just kind of taunting just to bait this thing out. And it was looking so good. The CTs were, you know, being able to have themselves a B lockdown right here. That first shot from Divine, or the first shot from Remix misses, where Divine just kind of baits it out. But again, Remix, he's really been able to pull through for these guys. And now they've been able to secure 6. Which is a great position for them to be in. I mean, they still have this lead. Rushing through apartments quickly. Now they're trying to get a little bit more aggressive. They've got the runners on. They got the sneakers. They're not going to wait things around anymore. A player's been able to slip behind the lines. They don't clear Divine. He's been able to boost himself onto mini roof. And now Hap has got himself in a strong position, but his presence is known, and this is just becoming a little bit more chaotic. The T's have to clear out and funnel so many different positions, and now the bomb plant's going to come through. Hap has got a strong position. He goes for the wide swing. That MP7. Can it make any connections? There we go. It's a battle. But LP, they bounce back.
What a bizarre sequence, man. I mean, first of all, you have a player dying in from middle. You have all these trades going on back and forth. Somehow, this player in apartments doesn't ever get sussed out. He gets to dive out of the balcony for free and is never punished, mind you. Somehow, this 5-7 also does some damage. I was thinking there was a 1v3 clutch happening before my eyes at a certain point. That's how ridiculous this round has unfolded. And I think that's a real tale of this series of how ridiculous things have gotten and how no man advantage is safe.
Ain't that the truth? Ooh, a little bit of a miss shot from Divine. Well, maybe not a miss shot. I thought maybe he was going to be able to catch one of the feet, but he was a bit quick on that one. And now, got the double AKs equipped here. Oh, they're going to try to walk right through this. Oh, they are going to be cheeky little devils. They are going to try to abuse that, but Divine is ready for them. Spots the gun barrel of here with other players, locking it down. Only the cost of Allison so far. Racket control, they're going to try to lean onto Library, and Divine is still hungry. He's still a little bit bloodthirsty for more. Maybe they'll find 2, so he's trying to see if he can just kind of stat pad a little bit more as much as possible. A big swing, and a shot missed from Divine. I don't know if that's an empty clip. Might have misheard this one, but now the CTs have to regroup into this. Oh, you're going to... Oh, Remix, you got to realize... Remix, you got to realize you're running right into him. That's a little bit of a kiss, and now both these guys have just been passing each other. Oh, Hap has been able to now make maybe a play. He might be able to flank this. Oh, not again. Hap is going to get rewarded for his smoke criminal abilities, and there you go. An assassin being able to just make more question marks here for Mille, but there's LTZ at least being able to find something, and now Hap, can you be able to activate this? No, you will not. How is this turned around like this, Paladin?
But the ZMB lurk, I mean, you're hoping that activates, but it doesn't. Nobody's moving. Finally, ZMB starts moving in. But it's too little too late. At this point, it's readable. Remix is on the angle. And Leo's trying so hard to sell something at this point. The Incendiary comes in. ZMB has given up his position. The Incendiary doesn't flush anyone out. And so now it's just Remix left up in the clutch, and maybe the Incendiary did do something eventually. It cut off some of the angles, and they knew to look into cold blocks, they knew to look into Cubby. They tie it back at 6s. We're right down the middle here in our final half coming up after this break.
Well, we're back at it for the third and final map, and the second half is about to commence, and we've been able to see this in an even split with a 6-6, but Mille has been able to surprise us a little bit here with their T side, but now, will they be able to get the job done on the CT side? LP have been playing the surviving game, and now it's them that have been sitting in the perfect record, essentially with a 12-0 or 12-1 record, and now the question is, who can take this home? And Paladin, what are your initial thoughts about this? Because again, it feels like it's been up and down, it's been kind of all over the place, but we've been able to land on a 6-6 scoreline.
The hardest part about an analyst in these kind of situations is you genuinely don't have all the answers. It's like you can't create an actual picture of where this series is headed, who the better team is, why they're the better team, because there have been mistakes all over the shop. There have been a lot of great moments from both teams as well. And I mean, the score speaks for itself. I mean, 13-10, 13-10 across our first 2 maps of play, and now we're right down the middle of 6-6. It does feel like at this point we're in the mud. We have to admit that we're in the mud, and we're playing just some grimy CS, right? Where it's chaotic. There aren't really any crazy strategies at this point. It's really coming down to these big individual moments, who can show up on the day. And now with basically just one half of Counter-Strike and potentially more on the way, it does just come down to who's winning these 1vx's, who's winning these 2v2s, and ultimately that's going to decide where the momentum decides to shift.
Yeah, that's actually a really good point, because it really does kind of feel like, you throw the strategy book out the window. It's really just been about taking opportunities, certain situations, and we've been able to see a lot of different players have their, kind of pop-off moment and things like that are occurring. So like you said, I think actually that's the best analogy you use, is we're kind of in the mud, because right now it's not really clear where we could go with this. I think, again, what we've said in the very beginning of this entire series is the fact that LP had the lean on this, or have the favoritism of this situation, but I've got to give it to Mille. Like, I mean, there's been some questionable plays, but there's been some really good ones, and I think they've really proven why they're at this placement of where they are right now in the lower bracket final, because they've been really able to go toe-in-toe with a team like LP, which, I think you made the comment in the very beginning of this too, is saying LP is, theoretically should have been guaranteed being in that top 4 conversation no matter what. And it seems like right now it's been a little bit more of a teeter-totter to figure out who can be able to push this through. But I think what I'm curious about now is just the CT side for Uno, just because, again, this can be a really punishing side on a map like Inferno, where if you lose a player or 2 quickly, that's where you get discombobulated. That's when things get really, really uncomfortable, and we've seen them look uncomfortable before.
Yeah, but I also do feel like Inferno's been different for them, where they've made some really smart calls in these mid-round situations. When you think about some of the contact plays that they had on that A side, specifically through brackets, through apartments, some of their explosive executions also looked pretty nice. Yes, there were some missed bits of utility here and there, but for the most part, I mean, the ideas were very strong. And for me, it's up to LP to really say, okay, we've got similar level of prowess on our T side in terms of how our defaults look, how our mid-rounds look. And it's really the individuals that kept them involved in this map so far. So for me, I think you can still give the edge to LP in terms of the experience and in terms of the cool-headedness, but I feel like Mille have just gotten a better handle on things in terms of that discomfort. When you look at Nuke, yeah, don't get me wrong, on both halves of Nuke, it didn't feel like they really had a grasp of how to play it. But on Inferno, I think things are kind of turning. Like, I feel like the roles have flipped between these two teams now that we're on Inferno.
Yeah, that is a, I like that, because again, like, I think everybody on Mille was, we put, or maybe I'll just say me, but I mean, I put a lot of emphasis about, I felt like LTZ was the backpack carrier. This guy was like putting the team, he was putting up huge numbers. He's this young 20-year-old that's just running around rampant, just getting kills, but it hasn't been the case. We've actually seen some really good teamwork from these guys. We'll take, Nuke out of the whole conversation, but it really does feel like, from what we've seen on both maps, it's been pretty decent nonetheless. But look, we could talk about this for a little bit. It does seem like there's a bit of a server issue, so we're just going to let these guys clean things up. Shouldn't be too long, so if you need a snack, a drink, something to get ready for this bumpy ride, we'll be back in a little bit just to conclude this lower bracket final. Okay, I kind of promised a little bit of a short break, but we're back, ready to go. You know, tech issues, sometimes they just go a little longer than we want, Paladin. But look, we're ready to go. Action commenced. Second half, third and final map here for the day. And it's a dead even 6-6 to see who can pave the way to that last spot in the grand final.
Took a long time to get here. 3 maps. All on nearly the distance, but only one half to separate them. A play on the cards here for LP. Little mini execution to get them out. It's got to be Hap to start the proceedings here. Get this player out on LTZ, but LTZ still finds one. Doesn't matter. The trades are good. The initial stack on that B bomb site is not going to find anything on this B bomb site, and they're all going to save. So LP, they find the underman site. They have a fantastic little execution there to make sure it goes their way.
Yeah, it doesn't really take much, right? I mean, again, like nothing overly flashy, just like a good apartment pop, and really just kind of, you know, bombarding, you know, LTZ and, you know, both clones. So, and that's it. I mean, the CT's having to save, which I don't even disagree with this either, right? I mean, you have the armor, a little bit of that utility that's available here too. So, I mean, it like, it's fine. Like, I think it's not a bad situation all in all, but just a tough pill to swallow here for Mille, but bomb plant's going to go through, so LP going to be primed and ready here for a decent purchase. But now with the CT sitting at that 2,000, I mean, I can't... Oh, maybe not. Hang on. I was going to say, I don't think they're going to really go hard on the paint here for the purchase, maybe, but I think I saw FAMAS. Yeah. Oh, okay.
All right.
They're going to do it. They're going to go for it.
Yeah, I think it's not ridiculous to do when the round buffer is so small. Like, you have room to play with, and you know, if it doesn't work out, you'll have an AWP in that 4th round on the second half. So I will at least look healthy. They're doing it with these FAMASs with barely any util. Still finding the opening 5-on-4. Still putting a little pressure. Look at this aggression into apartments. It's unrelenting, and Allison is completely unawares. But on the fallback, ZMB is there to catch him out.
Yeah, it's a good trade back, though, regardless, in that kind of a situation, just because, again, CLD, if he would have been able to get out of this, that could have been really problematic. Speaking of problems, some warning shots against here into mid. That's the clone, and now the FAMAS actually swings wide to Broken, and he's not able to find a kill. I don't even think he's really able to do much damage, and now this was looking like a decent position for Mille, but now they've actually kind of depleted, and it's a 1-on-1 split here for the defensive setup, and now, in this sense of a case for LTZ, 11 HP, not a hope in this one. Gonna go for the long rotate on this. LP's gonna be able to have that A site up for grabs. I mean, this is just where LTZ, I feel like you just have to go for the FAMAS pickup. Just keep the gun in your hand and try to wait things out as much as possible, but gonna investigate down to Banana. And 3, 2, and 1. Ooh, shots missed. Leo, there we go, finally. Gets it done. But okay, 8-6. And now we're going to see a light purchase probably from Uno. What do they do with it?
Well, hopefully extend this lead a little bit further. 5-7s, Eagles. Not really much armor backing it. But a chance to extend this lead to 3. Oh, what a shot though from LTZ. That's a way to start things off. I need a little bit more. Completely blinded up. A chance for LTZ to find some more magic, but it's finally dealt with. That should accelerate things onto this B bomb site. Broken now tasked with the impossible. And he has been found out, but Broken finds another 5-7 headshot. And they're thinking about leaving. And luckily there is a red carpet rolled out off the courtesy of Hap.
Yeah, and even for ZMB, he's been able to... I think he actually had the noise cue. I thought he did, but he's still kind of investigating B just in case. CTs are running... Okay, I was going to say...
Oh my god.
Remix. There's no way Remix, right? Gets this? That's an AK in his hand. No bullets. Oh my goodness, Paladin. What is going on?
Oh, no.
What is happening? Bomb is down. Okay, look. Still time with 40 seconds, but... Again, a situation that should never have unfolded, and now ZMB, I don't know why he's waiting for this, but he's just propped up, waiting patiently, and patience is going to be a virtue, and they get a heroic, you know, a little bit of a clutch here, but man, oh man, how did it have to get to that position?
First of all, what a read from ZMB to hold there. It's a tough situation to call if you're broken there. That's what you want to do. But to wrap like that is not a bad play. I'd honestly argue it's the right play, but CMB just so aware. But as you said, I don't think he should ever be getting down to that point, and that kind of economic damage could come back to bite LP. Either way, they're going to up the tempo, charging into this A bomb site. Already up at lane at 1:35. Clone's got to do some heavy lifting here. Same for Remix on this AWP, but they can't find anything, and CMB just tears them to shreds. But here comes CLD with a triple kill out of nowhere. Thrusts Leo Monster into a 1-on-2. Should be able to get the bomb down. He's getting wrapped in from lane side already. Ollie is through, but the ticks are thin. And LTZ survives to tell the tale, but CLD take a bow.
Yeah, once again, right? I mean, CLD having a star performance on map number 1, and now finally, when the going is getting a little bit tough, now he's finally starting to pick it up a little bit. Socks are pulled up, and everybody's starting to play a little bit better, but man, that molly, if they would have been thrown a second earlier, that really, I think that could have turned the round. So again, just these crunch situations just down to the seconds really make a difference. But what a better moment here for CLD to pop off. We get the replay a little bit here. I'm just waiting to see the timing of this molly, actually, if we get it. CLD, that's so nasty. Oh, it's just before that. Yeah, again, I think if Leo would have had that extra opportunity, maybe. Banana Control seems to be the name of the game potentially here for LP. They're just going to run through this. They're just blindly going through smokes, and LTZ, he's just going to be able to just take heads and take some names, and now a 5-on-2 in LP. Not looking pretty in this round. Divine going to be gone and removed. LTZ finds himself the quad, or the triple, sorry, before he goes down, and it's all just down to Hap. He's been able to find clutches before, but Paladin, I feel like that's a big glass to take in a situation like this.
Yeah, I'd say so. Boost up as well for the low HP player CLD. I mean, it's just a perfect setup. Ollie in his face as well. He's getting boxed in by Clone. And he's just got to find a way to fight forward somehow. Aid does a boatload of damage. This Fountain player isn't even going to swing. He's going to wait for the CT player to take contact. And Hap doesn't even check for it. So, Uno Mille bounce right back. They punish this banana aggression. And they force LP to slow their roll. But you talk about all the financial damage that they were able to do in the round previous. And LP now have to save.
They do. You know, it's interesting too, because I feel like we've seen this actually throughout the maps in the series, where on the T sides we've seen these teams that are kind of calling these like rush Bs or kind of like, you know, just simple rushes, and it really does backfire so fast. Look at that nade! Look at the nades! Oh my goodness! Oh, it has fallen apart! And Broken has now been able to find the triple. They just go to their graves. They just dig the hole themselves. And now it's just going to be a 9-9 grabbed up here with plenty of time, and this is a question, do they want to hunt this, or do they just want to play this discipline to wait it out? My goodness, Paladin, how are we getting into this kind of a situation in this game? LP look like they are running flat.
They bought completely into this round as well, and then rinsed and repeat the same strategy. I'm at a loss for words. LP now have to essentially give away the lead. I mean, there's a couple kills here, and Op retrieved for Divine as well as a knife kill.
I've seen this before.
No.
I'm kidding.
You can't win SA Cup 2 like this.
I'm so glad you figured out what I was talking about. if this happens, I'm out. I'm done. Like, do you know what I mean? Like, this is just this would be. It won't.
I mean, this would be the game for something like that to happen, but they're so spread apart.
Exactly.
There's 20 seconds left on the clock. Even if he's got God mode on, he's not winning this. But yeah, it's a real weird purchase there from LP, and the strategy even more so. I'm just baffled. But this is it. This is what's happening. LP now will probably have a hero AK in this one. Yeah, well, there'll be one on ZMB, but that's it. 9-9 we go, and Uno Mille have a chance to take the lead.
Yeah, I think I agree with you. I think the biggest piece that I was kind of pondering on the whole time in this piece was like they invested that last round and rushed B. Like, I'm not saying you can't rush B, but I'm just thinking, like, but doing it twice and then not changing anything. So that's what I'm so confused about. Like, no utility difference. I think they threw one molly, if they even did. I don't even remember now, but like it felt like they just kind of went, oh, hold on to Tech 9 and just hold W and just let's see what happens. So very questionable for sure. And they thought they could be the element of surprise, I guess. But they're sitting in a great position right now for Uno to be in this position of finding the lead. But ZMB does actually equip up with the AK. I mean, that's going to be with the knife kill that helps to get in this position. But on a map like this, I feel like that's a big ask once again.
Hero AK in ZMB's hands, looking to climb up through the apartments. So far, not finding anything. It's actually Leo Monster to take first contact. And they'll show some car presence, but Mille don't want anything to do with it. They'll smoke it off. They'll sit back on their haunches in the site itself. They're really backing this two-player setup on this B bomb site to deal enough damage, but they're out of util here, Laz. A couple of flashes, a well-placed smoke here and there, and this could be cause for concern.
Smoke's gonna get thrown now. These are gonna try to swarm into this. Broken does get the kill, but he's blind. He's so blind. LTZ finds this double. Can he get this last kill? You can see that Leo is just hunting for him, and he does get him through the smoke. So now it's getting a little bit interesting. Bomb plant actually not through. He canceled it, so now they're going to replant this. They still got a little bit of time to work with, but they don't have the utility. They have one flash that's going to be popped right now. CT's ready to throw their last utility, and now Allison, low HP, goes for the swing, finds the first, now needs to find two more, but can't seem to get the job done. But you know what? Despite that round, not a bad amount of damage that was done. And you can see now, Uno Mille is starting to feel it. They're starting to get a little bit more pumped up, and now this is the big test where there's a lot of money on the board. And if they find this, this could be the deal breaker.
You're absolutely right, and I mean, real dicey situation there, but you got to give credit to both the B-side players of getting the job done there. Tough situation, but managed to get 3 kills, or nearly 3 kills. And once they're in that man advantage situation, it's a doable case, even if it's B side Inferno. But as you mentioned, this is that test, and they carpet Banana with flames, but they're not able to actually garner the control because of these deeper smokes on the car side. So they'll have to just shake hands here and basically just like retake it.
Good Mille, though, actually thrown here from LP, so that does kind of just push back Remix, but not quite enough, so he can still kind of hold the tight angle. Some spot here. Oh! Oh, no! Oh, Remix! I love it. You love to see it. Good shots from him. Still in good performance here late in this best of 3. Losing Leo, one of the top fraggers on, or the top fragger on the team here for LP. What do they do with 45 seconds though, Paladin? They got to get a move on. They're going to go for bracket control. Hap does get this kill at least, so this kind of breaks a little bit of the gate open. But Hap has to worry about double players into pit and onto apartments here. Allison has to go for the swing and needs to be able to find a kill, but these players are just tucking their tail. They're toying with them. They're playing with their food, and CLD again is able to find this double. It's just a bit of a menace into it, and now you can see Allison is just trying his darndest. He's trying everything in his ability, but he can't land the shots. And now it should be Uno that should be able to find this, and ZMB does get the high ground of it, but who cares? It's going to be an 11th grabbed up here, getting closer to the map and series point.
I think CLD has to be the hero of this map for the Uno Mille side. You think about that triple that he had on Arch side. Now you talk about the double that he had on the pit side as well. These are match-winning plays from a guy that you were not expecting to perform in the way that he has. I mean, if I go to HLTV and I look at his rating, he's hovering around a 1. I mean, in the past 3 months, in his whole time on Uno Mille's roster, he's had around a 1.02. This is a guy that is performing above expectations and is being that second fiddle to LTZ, who has taken some time to warm up into the series, but better late than never, lads. 20 and 14 from him. And they might just snatch this one away from LP right under their noses, right at the end.
It's going to get thrown too. That Mille actually perfectly placed, so Remix actually gets spotted a little bit here, the noise cue. Flash gets thrown, but his teammates need to be able to find these kills. Thankfully they do. The double player underneath Porch though, they go down, so now the T's have been able to pick up some guns for their reward. One CT in the site. Do they clear him? No, they don't even check it. They got the bomb out. They don't even have the guns ready. And look at Broken. He's still trying to put a gunfight to this. Puts the USP for a headshot. And all of a sudden, through the thick and thin of this situation, down to the 1v1. And LTZ, the star performance from him. Can he be able to prevail? Can he be able to find this and solidify the 12th? Yes, he will.
Oh my goodness. Pandemonium on the A-bomb site. And, I mean, the setup was disgustingly poor, I have to admit. Double player on the porch, no player watching up in the apartments, and yet still, somehow they make it work. They stall for just long enough for Broken to get into the bomb site. He finds a quick double, especially getting out the sidearm, getting the USP headshot. And then from there on out, you're looking to your hero to take you across the line, and boy, did he find it. LTZ gets himself his 21st kill on the map. I mean, he's over 100 DAR. He's doing everything you basically advertised him to do. And now you are knocking on the door for a date with Shinden in the grand finals tomorrow.
All it takes is one round, and they're done. Map and the series point, and like you said, the last round here to get themselves into that grand final against Shinden, and that's going to be the biggest question. Can they do it? All the pressure in the world, a team that has been fighting tooth and nail to get through this lower bracket, going leaps and bounds to get into this position. LP is going to be able to find the duels double here. So you can dine for this one, and now they're going to try to just take their little bit of efforts in towards this A site, and now the rotates are coming through. Broken's been able to get here just in enough time. And once again, you say his name once, he's able to find this kill. Flash is getting thrown. They're just trying to burn out the time as much as possible. Oh, big swing from CLD. He thought he might be able to get the best of it, but he gets out-dueled. And right now, LP might have been able to put the lifeline out for round number 22. And you can see these CTs, they might just have to save these guns. You have pretty much a big amount of utility here for LTZ. You got the op ready to go as well. So LP have been able to give themselves this 10th. And the money's still afloat here for the CT side, so it ain't over yet.
Complete slowdown now for Mille. They want to hold on to both of these guns, and if they do, they'll have still a strong purchase in the following. Especially considering LTZ's got this sniper. But LP not backing down without a fight, going aggressive into the A side of things. They basically rinse and repeat the same idea, and this time it works out. This time no shenanigans happen. No bounding CT into the A bomb site. But they've got to find a way to string together 2 more. Because this one's not over just yet here, Laz.
Wouldn't have it any other way, right, Paladin? I mean, the way this series has gone, it's been ups and downs and circles in every single direction that you can think of. But look, I mean, this is a good moment for Uno, just in the sense that, okay, they do have the double rounds here. Well, I mean, they got a round to work with, right? Otherwise, if it has to, it goes to overtime. So it's not like the game's over. But for all the efforts, you would think you want to get this job done. That's going to feel so good for a team like this. Early flash going to get thrown. LTZ makes a ton of noise, and he actually commits to it. B site open. It is wide open. They've given up the vacancy to this. The keys have just been thrown on the ground, and LP could go for this. But instead, look at how long they're taking on this. They're causing a lot of utility.
They mollied themselves on banana and just sat there behind their own smoke, and now the rotation can come in through CLD. He can play around this.
Oh,
and he's found one, but only one. Luckily. Clones found the lurk out, though, and we're still into a 2-on-2. They're going to have a look in here and an opportunity to potentially close the door. Bomb still has not gone down. They switch back over to coffins. Nade comes in, but it's not going to find a target. They're hoping that Clone can do the necessary damage, but
good smoke.
It's not to be. I think there's a gap on that banana smoke. Divine and ZMB have got themselves a fantastic crossfire, and somehow Remix and Clone have got to piece this one together. Looking every which way, but the gap has been exploited by the CTs. It's all up to Divine, and he still finds it. He finds the 1-on-2 somehow, some way, and we play on.
What sharp shooting from Divine, the way he was able to just find the double kill like that. I hope we can catch this on the replay. Because in a position like water, I mean, yes, it can be strong, but I was thinking that trade out should have already happened. You could just see he just does it so quickly. And Clone couldn't, get to it quick enough. The timeout's going to be called. 4,200 sitting for Broken. And the money is just not looking great. You have Clone's going to be able to have the rifle, so you can have double rifles minimum. But this might have to be pistols or potentially like MP7s that you're going to have to work with. I mean, it's a question about the utility. But this is a big conversation that has to happen right now here for the CT side of Uno if they want to get this job done for round number 24. Otherwise, we are pushing this thing to the fullest amount of distance into overtime. What a way this game is going. What a way for the lower bracket finals.
I mean, you can tell how badly both of these teams want it, man. I mean, Uno Mille, they'll use both their timeouts. You can't take them home with you, so might as well use them. And now, putting all the cards on the table here for this defensive side. It doesn't matter how pretty it is, as long as they get the 5 kills and it reads 13 at the top of their screens. That's all they care about. And they're going to do it with a 5.7, a P250, MP7, and 2 rifles. That's just going to have to be the secret sauce, Laz. I don't know if it is, but we've seen stranger things happen in this series.
That is definitely true. We have definitely seen some strange things happening, but now it kind of begs the question too a little bit about like LP's game plan. Like what do they want to do with this? We've seen some rushes. We've seen them just kind of, defaulting in some regard. But banana control really does seem to be their flavor. And look at LTZ. He just goes for the swing. He doesn't even care. That's one of the rifles already gone and removed. That is not a good position right now, especially with the limited amount of, you know, inventory that they have right now for the CT players. This is a big, big kick to the stomach.
Yeah, they want to recover it so badly. They're trying to use all the util to find it, and they just can't. CLD has been searching so desperately for it, and it's gone. Okay, there it is. Finally scooped back up, and Broken wants to swing for the fences. Smoke deep into T steps, and swing before the smoke plumes. So much damage done to 3 players, and none of them being an actual fatal kill. But there's still 2 players here. They don't want to commit unless the gamble comes in from Uno Mille. And surely they don't overcomplicate things. They're going to send ZMB in here silently, hoping that he can get in safely, and he does, just through the skin of his teeth. 1 HP on him. Now it's CLD, but who else other than CLD to bring this back into contention? Huge double kill, an upgrade for him, but it's a race. It's a race to this A bomb site, and the T should get here before the defense. Cross is in, and Clone should have some sight lines, but he can't pull the trigger. There is no smoke in his face, but it doesn't matter. Finally, the smoke comes up. But is it too little too late? Clone's now stuck in the side of Moto and can't find anything, but yeah, 10 seconds left on the clock, and CLD will play ahead. They get off the bomb, and it comes down to a one-on-one, but Allison, the savior of LP, will pull us into extra innings. Wow. Just wow. I mean, the moment he gets that 4th kill, you're thinking the spray transfer is going to connect and he's going to find the ace. Oh.
Okay. Well, ready to go. No messing around. No waiting around. Overtime we go. Both teams hungry for it, and now Remix is able to find the opener. The T's just flooding out of the apartments. But unfortunately for them, it hasn't been the easiest bit of a path for them. They get themselves close into the site, but they have the double players onto Archway. Mille gonna just making sure nobody can lurk through the smoke. A big spray from Divine, an instant trade out, and now it's all just down to Allison. Like you said, the hero that's been pulling through and through for these guys in these tough scenarios and the clutch situations, now needs to find a moment to come alive into this, and he's going to go for the full wrap. He is going to go all the way around, and he is going to risk it all here. But time is dwindling. The CTs are overthinking this, and he might be able to find the timing. A smoke is actually going to make this problematic. Oh no, they're just going to get a ninja. Why the heck not? And there we go. It will be another round in favor for Uno Mille.
Oh, I like the idea there from Allison, and perhaps he forgot where he actually planted himself. And because of that, had to gamble on one specific spot, imagining that it was to the right of Cold Box, but no, not to be. And Uno Mille, they crush the impending invaders onto that A bomb site. So quick to take that A site, mind you. And they've been that pacey throughout the latter half of the second half. But that's a huge round for the defense to win. It completely slows the pace of this game down. And this is where Uno Mille has done their best work. Now they've got themselves banana control as well. And they've pushed back LP into forcing their hand into brackets control instead.
Yeah, this is strong though, because again, I was thinking if Broken actually was going to commit to that. I mean, we haven't actually seen them play that aggressive in that position. They just usually go for the swing. Oh my goodness, LTZ finally gets rewarded with that play. We saw them doing this over and over again. They just tried to go for these recommits on the swing, and he finally gets the gift of the perfect timing to get the double, which gives them the one-man advantage into this. LP are going to group up onto Banana. A lot of noise being made, so they're doing a 2-1 split. They're actually going to leave Hat by himself. But the bomb is towards B. I'm not sure I'm understanding the play here. The flash is going to get thrown into this. Allison is just trying to be able to find a duel. Does get the one. Now they should know exactly where this other player is. CLD is throwing a lot of utility. They could pull back on this if they choose to. The rotates are starting to come through. Hap is just trying to get a noise cue as much as possible. You can already see that Allison's been made himself into the middle of the site. He's got a lot of presence on this. The bomb is just waiting. They are just trying to see what these CTs are going to do, if they're going to overextend this. And he's just trying to go for a firefight on his own. This is chaotic. This is just
15
reckless
seconds
right now. You have no time to work with. You have 15 seconds. Now the bomb's going to get thrown across. They have heard it. They have all the noise cue, but for some reason, Clone is still waiting in that A site. Now CLD, a little bit of a surprise attack, and the round is done. It is over with. Talk about overthinking. Talk about overcomplication. That is a prime example of doing it here in round 26.
And you wouldn't think it'd be LP to do that. They've been the ones with the cool head this entire game. This entire series, but now in this third map, they've just not found the secret sauce, the secret formula to make sure that this can go over the line. It's Uno Mille with the X Factor, with the cool heads. They've been large and in charge as far as Inferno is concerned. Yes, you know, we're in overtime and LP pulled it to this point, but Uno Mille have been the better team as far as Inferno is concerned, and you're starting to see that. The cracks are starting to show for LP. And Uno Mille again have multiple opportunities to get closer to that dance with Shinden in the grand final.
3-2 setup now. The CTs grouped up. Nade's going to get thrown. LTZ, again, trying to be aggressive, trying to be a playmaker when it just doesn't seem necessary. And now Broken really just trying to pick up the shards here to see what's going to happen. And they are able to get at least the instant trade back, so making it to the 4-4. And LP have now hit a little bit of the stop sign. Now they have to kind of recollect their thoughts. What do they want to do a little bit differently in this situation? Good nade throw, and Broken taking a significant amount of damage, but they're going to group up on this paladin. They're not even going to hesitate.
God.
They might just try to go for the swing. That's a great pop flash, but CLD is still able to pop off. He's still able to just get multi-kills. Why not? And CLD will finish the job here in this half with triple kill, putting them on the docket once again for a match and series point.
And this time the multi-kill nets them a round win. CLD has been the hero for Uno Mille on Inferno. Just a world-class performance, something that he's going to remember for quite some time. And now, Uno Mille have 3 opportunities to shut this down in overtime number 1. And to put this long, grueling best of 3 to bed. I mean, Vlad, it's been almost 4.5 hours for this BO3 alone. You gotta talk about the exhaustion, the amount of stamina that these guys have had to push themselves to the limit in. And now you gotta lay it all out there.
Yes, no question. Like you said, it's always like pushing a team to the fullest amount of boundaries. And like you said, it's been a long haul to get here. And now it's talking about LP that have to do the miracle run to be able to find multi-kills and getting themselves a bunch of rounds in a row to keeping themselves in another overtime situation. Not even to end this thing. This is just playing surviving mode. This is so far looking decent for them as they've been able to find these 2, but now can they maintain the composure on the CT side? CLD's been actually able to creep up onto the truck. So he's just waiting for Allison to go for the swing. He knows a player's going to be there. Smoke's going to get thrown. Allison stays put. These players are not really moving an inch. Allison maybe just kind of overextending a little bit into Arch. ZMB, do you run right into the crosshair or do you just maintain your position? Bomb on the way towards B. CLD does get this one kill, and you can see that Hap was trying to be able to get that trade. It's at least a dink, but now this round, number 28, should be the safe or the fate sealed potentially, unless Clone. Okay, no, won't be able to land the tray or the spray transfer. I can't even say words anymore. And it's LP to survive again.
It's been a long night, lads, and CLD nearly makes magic happen yet again. And same goes for Clone, just slightly off in terms of the spray there on the Leo. But still, 2 more opportunities. And Remix dons the op once again. Instant smoke dropped out into the middle of the map. Divine will have no opportunity to swing in through middle. Instead, the T's decide to swarm in. Trying to take some apartments control, but lovely bits and bobs of utility being tossed in from LP. Slowing down the CLD approach, and meanwhile, the banana spams have been solid. LTZ hits the dirt again. That turns their attention back over to the Divine's AWP. Oh, but he just gives up the angle. Just a sliver too soon. But even though they've lost apartments, they have the opportunity to re-engage if they so please. It's actually Uno Mille that decided to back away. They want to move back in and retake Banana into Leo Monster.
A lot of decisions to be made here too, right? With 45 seconds, you have the 1 player anchoring of Leo. Like you said, LP have really put a lot of eggs in this basket. Oh, and it looks like Uno Mille might be actually making the right read on this. You can see that ZMB is just hightailing, but there's a big flank. Allison might be able to find the timing of this, but Clone actually gets the better of it. There's a little bit of intel, and this makes them cancel. They've actually changed up their game plan. They're going to go back towards A. This could be bad. This could be such a big problem because now they have no time to work with. Oh, he's going to get caught in the kneecap and Remix. I don't know how you're surviving, my boy, but you seem to be a cat with 9 lives, but that life is gone. And the CTs now run rampant, and we are on a 1-round differential in this overtime. And it's only 1 needed to get the game done. 1 more needed to push this further into another overtime situation. Pressure is running high.
The overcooking is back, Laz. I thought it was gone. I thought it was done for good. Uno Mille decide to commit back over to this A bomb site after finding a kill, and they're thinking, you know, maybe they're undermanned after finding the kill. And you know what? I don't think it's the craziest redirection to call after killing the player that's boxing you in like that. But now's the time to shut it down. You have 1 last chance to do it in overtime 1. To put LP away. No AWP out for Remix this time around, but it doesn't matter. It's been CLD and LTZ that have done the hard work in this best of 3, or at least in Inferno specifically. Smoke up in the middle of the map, but Broken's just going to go charging through. They want to commit to this A bomb site straight away, catch them in transition, but Broken will find nothing. And that is the bomb. That completely throws a spanner into the works. 4th player coming in, the 5th wrapping behind them. They are locked into this A play, whether they like it or not. And unfortunately, they're not able to find any of the kills, but maybe Clone can. Clone and LTZ combine. 50 seconds left on the clock. There's still time. But the wrap is in from Leo.
Oh, no.
Doesn't find the kill.
Oh, no.
And Clone will find it. HP doesn't matter. AWP on AK action. Clone will switch back over to the AK-47. 35 seconds left, and he should be able to get the bomb down, no problem. And now, Divine, you've got a choice to make, my friend. Do you want to go through that?
Oh, no.
Do you want to go charging in?
No,
but
no.
Divine's read this all the way through. Just the shoulder being spotted, and Divine finds the quick scope, and we have even more to play for.
Counter-terrorists win.
Oh, I think you said it best, Paladin. I feel like the overcooking is back. The overthinking is there, and it's so hard. Where like that was actually again, I didn't even think that Uno Mille was in a position where he could even make that a 1v1, and they did. And then unfortunately, just trying to manipulate the smoke and trying to get in a better position and just trying to make a bit of a play. But little did they know, Divine was just waiting there, sitting in the wind, sitting in the wings, and just kind of posted up. Now they're getting antsy. Now they're getting aggressive. They don't even care. They don't even want to play structured anymore. Even if we can call it that, they are just running and gunning as much as possible into this. trying to take some space, trying to change up their setup. CLD gets caught here with a little bit of a spam, and Remix actually does find himself another kill. So now they've been put in a prime position here to be able to find 2 duels. All 5 players still are alive on the field, but CLD has taken a big amount of damage. And LP now have to figure out what do they want to do with the situation, because you can see double player. They are gonna commit to a full rotate. They are really rolling the dice here, and this could be a snake eye. This could be so bad.
This is one of the first times where it feels like Uno Mille have gotten a free route into a bomb site, if they so choose. This is the real name of the game, though. LTZ is going to hear all of this as they retake Banana. Now that's got to be the go button. You've got to commit to this A bomb site, and they'll finally realize that it's wide open. Bomb should be able to go down. And all 3 players retaking in through the bracket side. Another one of them will go in through the apartments, but CLD is here to read it.
The timing of this play could be really big, though, because right now Divine clearing it. If CLD can find the right moment. Oh, man, and Divine finds the shot. Okay, so now back to an equal situation right now. The 3-3. The CTs do have the kits. No more utility to use of, and now Clone finds the head of ZMB, and look at that. The T's just mopped the floor. The round that they were desperate for, the round they needed, and it has to be done here in the second overtime situation. It's a little bit of sigh of relief. Now they can go, okay, look, now we maybe know what we need to do in this kind of a situation, but they're going to have to pull more than just this one if they want to get this thing done.
You know what? As much as the flack as I like to give this map, when it's played this quickly, boy, is it exciting.
That's Inferno, man. I swear. Everybody always gives it a lot of crap. But I mean, this is the thing about Inferno. When teams are well balanced and the way the games are going, it just delivers, does it not? I just can't.
I hate to say it, man. It is the king of deciders. It is the king of deciders. And we still got a lot of deciding to do here in overtime number 2. They still don't have a man advantage either which way, and Uno Mille looks towards this A bomb site as the bombs comes scampering over through the brackets. Ooh, interesting little flash setup here. I wonder what it's for. Okay. Maybe not, but Photo Smoke comes through. And the AWP's got to give away the line. Again, they're going to try to catch this A site in transition. Trades are good for the CTs.
Oh my.
And Clone is left all up in a 1-on-3. Finds one. He's running out of bullets. Ooh, taps one out. But the wrap is in through lane. And LP equalize yet again.
I mean, and the one thing I do like about that, too, is that we saw that Uno was actually trying to just, group up, take the site all together. No more lurking, no more kind of like spreading things out. It just kind of felt like there was, I think it was Remix right here. Yeah, he really overextends because I think he thought someone was really close that he could just get the no-scope and then could maybe play a little bit more back. It felt like he was maybe a little overzealous in that situation. But again, you have to remember, you're just trying to go through so many different firefights in that kind of a situation. But nonetheless, a one-player commit here from Uno here on towards Banana. Back to the 3-2 setup here for the CT side. A perfectly landed HE nade actually connects right onto Leo, so it does a big amount of damage. They've been actually able to sneak across this smoke. A little sneaky beaky like, and now Hap should be able to get this intel, but now he's panicking. Now he's realizing, okay, I need reinforcements. That Molly does buy some time, and Divine is going to be able to find this kill, and now CLD, the strongest performer here for this group, is down, so that's a big impactful kill. Bomb has already made its way towards this B site. Now Leo needing to find a masterclass performance here to lock this down and wait for his teammate Divine. He's hot on the track. He is ready to go. Utility just getting thrown to smoke. Are they still going to commit through? Yes, they're going to disobey it. They don't even care. And now Divine needing to find a moment here to connect this off. The Molotov roasting him alive. He's still able to get this kill. It's a Spammerino, but Broken saves the day, and the plant can come through. And these CTs are spread apart, Paladin. This is not looking good.
And Divine wants to play ahead somehow. Has a little bit of a window, but he doesn't want to engage just yet. He's waiting for his teammate to come through, unscopes, gives over the sound cue, but there's a lineup available on pool. Divine still finds just one. Smoke up in a banana, so it cuts off another player. So Hap's got a one-on-one, but can't nail the shot. Broken finds it, and that should be it. Divine still has something. He's sticking it. He's sticking it all the way, but Clone finds it and still gets the 17th round.
There was a small part of me, I'm not going to lie to you, I was like, is he really going to ninja defuse this because he's overthinking again? And I was like, okay, let's just wait it out. But man, that was a little close for comfort. But okay, Uno's going to be able to, you know, get themselves the 1 round advantage on the T side. This is where their CT side actually has been a little bit more dominant. This is where we've been able to see that, you know, that money-making abilities. Now it's about them, you know, cashing the deal out, getting it done. That's the biggest question. And I gotta tip my hat here for Broken. I mean, again, I know he's sitting in a 19 and 23, but look, he's been able to create some decent space. He's been able to find some kills that have really just broke the backs a little bit against LP. Whoa. That nade is gonna land on Leo once again. He just seems to be a magnet for the HEs and LTZ. He just loves to swing this, and he will do it again, but it's only the one and done. Leo just getting a little bit roasted on this, and they have to waste so much utility, and now they have to retreat.
The chaos in Banana. You haven't seen this level of chaos on Banana in 10 years. Clone, alive, in bedroom, trying to catch some of these flanking players. He's the only player on this A side, mind you. And LP have gone completely silent. They have walked all the way through apartments. They have walked all the way through brackets. And Clone has killed the player with the bomb. Somehow he's found the only player with the package and has completely thrown a spanner into the works now. Bomb scoop back up though somehow, some way, and it will be planted on this A bomb site, but a 4-on-3 retake that has to happen for Uno Mille.
And Hap actually is already really extended deep into apartments here too, so this is where Clone, is he actually going to expect this? Run into each other. The Shadow actually gives his spot away a little bit, so Hap actually had a full read on it. Perfect placement from him. 3-on-3, we're back. Full utility belt here for CLD. No mollies, though. It's going to be HEs and smokes galore, but Remix just right in between the eyes. Trades right back and forth. Hap is doing everything in his abilities to just be the biggest distraction point. CLD, he's lost his player apartments. He knows it. Time is dwindling. He's just burning it out as much as possible, and there it is. Hap, once again, putting up a star performance of just playing this lurk, and kind of his positioning has really just allowed them to have an opportunity to be back in this game.
Man, I don't know how they're able to pull off these just miraculous post plants, but they're just making it happen, Laz. And again, nobody cares about an ugly win at the end of the day. A win is a win.
That is true.
Both of these teams just 2 rounds away from confirming their grand final spot.
And you're thinking too, for like maybe like Shinden, that's like maybe potentially watching this too. They're like, huh,
yeah,
I don't even know what to take away from this. Just
yeah, they'll have their work cut out for them to really sift through these demos, because we're climbing up in rounds at this point.
Remix, are you really going to commit to this? Oh, he is. Oh, he is posted up. That smoke actually allows him to just have a nice little bit of a, I guess you would call it a one-way maybe, but he actually pulls back on it. This what makes me wonder too if like these players are going to be a little bit more scared in some regard, just considering how deep this has really gone. Look at how fast, like even the rotate right now for Broken, like he's just sitting in CT spawn. Like he really had no idea like where to go. He's like, okay, I'm just going to sit here and wait. Be the halfway point. I can quickly get to A or B, but finally regroups at A, and it could be the right idea.
Aiden through Doesn't find Allison. And again, it's these contact plays where they're getting up into the apartment as quickly as possible. Flash is coming in, and they're just going to go charging back up into A. Clone finds one. Clone's looking for more, but CLD goes down. But luckily, Broken's there to chime in. And the crossfires stabilize. Somehow, someway, Uno Mille stand the test of time. And they get match point yet again. The fourth map point opportunity here to try and close.
Yeah. Again, like, that's the thing where I don't think people realize it too. Like, I mean, this pressure that gets built up when you're on the match point, you need one round to get it done. It really does just kind of add this like elevation of just pressure, and everybody just seems to, you either kind of, you know, go over it or you go under it. And we've kind of seen them, like you said, they've been in the position where they've been able to close before. They haven't been able to land that, but maybe now that we've been able to push this thing into 36 rounds, maybe that could be enough for them to feel a little bit better to getting themselves a done deal for the grand final.
Sorry,
you can
I
see
mentioned
that LP waited out, man.
I mentioned four tries. This is the 7th try, or the 8th try, actually. Can't forget about regulation. That is how many chances they've had. And now Remix
Shoot the ball.
had an opportunity to pluck one out of the air, but it's LTZ and Remix, the duo that has held on to Banana for so long. The nades are doing fantastic amounts of damage. And LP've got to pull away. They've got to cut their losses at some point, but they just can't. The bomb is dropped. LTZ continues his reign of terror. And he'll not stop at all. It's just Hap now in the 1-on-5, and this should be it, Laz. Finally, after 8 attempts on match point, Uno Mille are marching over to the grand finals.
I was starting to think we weren't going to get there, Paladin, but yeah, like you said, Uno Mille is going to be able to get themselves into the grand final, so that means the third place placement now is going to be in for LP, which, you know, I feel like in theory we both were kind of saying they were the favorites in this situation. So again, a lot of, you know, congratulations here for Uno. They really fought for this. They showed that they really could go toe-to-toe with a team like LP, where we felt like they were in a great, you know, LP was in the great position to get themselves into the grand final, and the way they kind of got themselves in the grand final is just a little bit unfortunate. But as you can see, this is going to be the bracket. On the far right, you can see the 2-1 that goes in favor for Uno, and they have had themselves a bit of a journey to get here, but they've been able to do it. And somehow, in some way, we are now concluded of this series.
That's 7 spots jumped on VRS, 28 points logged. And now, an opportunity to play against Shinden in that grand final. The favorites, essentially, for this entire tournament. We weren't expecting to get here at this point, but with an opportunity as ripe as this, you don't want to miss it. Laz and I will be on this game tomorrow, same time, same place. You don't want to miss this one. The top dogs of Shinden looking to take down the underdogs of Uno Mille. We'll see you guys at the same time tomorrow.
Situation, depending on if they're going to actually commit to the plant. It's a swing from CLD, and look at this, even Remix is going to go for a bit of a gunfight. A knife in out too, why not?
Eagle for Allison charging up Suicide. Has a head right in front of him and no kill.
It's all just down to Divine to put himself into a clutch situation of a 1-on-2. These teams have to play together, but they're putting the 1-on-1s, and Divine is going to be able to shine bright for another.
Clones heard all of this. Should have some easy.
They don't even clear
here.
him.
Waits to pull
They
the
don't
trigger,
clear him.
and he gets 4. That's lovely work.
He's posted up. It's a guessing game. It's a 50-50, and oh my, he gets the purple. Will they even clear this? Oh, the trigger discipline. Oh, this is perfect. This is perfect, but now they're going to finally clear him, and he's able to get it. Or just no direction. Again, it's just, you can't get away with anything. Look at Hap. Should be able to have a field day of a situation to have this. I mean, this is again where he might be able to find a kill. Oh no, that's not going to help. And he does get the second.
Together, the jiggles have to be
absolutely the name of the game potentially here for LP. They're just going to run through this. They're just blindly just simple rushes, and it really does backfire so fast. Look at that nade! Look at the nades! Oh my goodness! Oh, and
find anything, but yeah, 10 seconds left on the clock,
No.
and CLD will play ahead. They get off the bomb, and it comes down to a 1-on-1.